What are you doing? Welcome to Super Saturday. We've already seen an upset today. The Knights knocking off the Bulldogs in the opening game. I suspect that's knocked around a few people in the Ways to World of Sports tipping contest. Unbelievable scenes there. Newcastle pulling off the upset of the round so far. And we're ready for this one. The Battle of the West. Should be another blockbuster. The Eels taking on the Panthers. I've once again loaded up on a bizarre multi. But, like I said, for total disclosure, bonus bet return for me over there on Sports Bet. So it's worth really, really going all out. And I've pretty much gone for, if you're playing roulette, and there's hot numbers and there's cold numbers, and sometimes a good strategy, as good as any, with roulette is to load up on the cold numbers. Kind of what I've done tonight. Brian To'o hasn't scored in a few weeks. The Fox has scored, obviously, more recently, but Casey McLean's on a bit of a dry patch. Panthers have been attacking a lot with Milky Jenkins. So I'm kind of betting the opposite today. Chris Bradley, ahoy, mate. Shannon Martin, ahoy. Rod McGrath, go the bloody Panthers. Yes, To'o scored last week, but what I mean is you expect To'o, in recent seasons, To'o scored like every game, is what I mean. Fox scored the other week as well. I just mean Jenkins has been scoring every single game. You expect that to be Brian To'o. Anyways, I make sense inside my own mind sometimes. Yes, welcome along. Nice to have you all here. I'm also keeping one eye on the Formula One qualifying. So, if I seem a bit distracted at the start of this game, it is because I do have that one eye on the qualifying. Kickoff moments away. As a matter of fact, it's right now. Panthers have got us started, and the Eels have first use of it. Confusion from the kickoff. Parramatta not knowing which way to pass the ball, and that's allowed the Panthers to race up and put pressure on. The Eels will start this 5 meters out from their own line. That was a mistake early on. The Eels claiming the kickoff. Looking left, nobody was running from the back fence. He was actually on his right. Big Junior Bolo brings it outside the red zone for the Eels. This is play 4, though. Huge opening set defensively for the Panthers. Short side, 5th and last. Ortoga goes to ground on the 40. Big kick needed here from Moses, and we know that he can deliver them. Skews this one slightly off the side of the boot. Nothing too ferocious, though. And it's taken by Milky Jenkins at the back. And how good is it, by the way, to see the old school collar on this Panthers jersey? I missed the collars. Collars were a thing when I played. Don't see enough of that anymore as Alamotti plays it short side here. Cleary up to halfway. Tries to put the fend on, but he's brought down on tackle 4. Edwards slots into first receiver, and he's got Leota running with him. 5th and last, just inside the Eels half. Cleary down this short side again, puts it high. Panthers racing through to put pressure on the kick chase, but it's taken nicely at the back. And Isaiah Yongi will get back there for Parramatta. Isaiah Yongi, of course, former Panther. Bobby Poozy, ahoy, mate. Go the Eels. An Eels supporter is in the house. Early shift here on play 3 for Parramatta. Ortoga tries to get the arms free for the Fox. Would have had him in space. But the Panthers defense slide across. Channeling their inner Manly there with the early shift. 5th and last, just inside the Panthers territory. Back for Moses. Puts it high. Kicks down this left edge. Edwards is tracking back. He's got it. Heads back into midfield. Edwards, and he's taken 10 meters out. So both teams completing this feeling out process. Will continue. Jenkins plays it on his 20. Here's McLean. Chris Bradley's score prediction. Panthers 40. Eels 4. Oh, that's a big call, especially because traditionally the Eels take the fight to the Panthers. Short side, Cleary will put the kick down. And it's easily taken at the back here for Yongi. Tackled, 20 out. Max says Eels surely reach 16. Hard to know, isn't it? Because the defense, as a late offload for Yongi, the defense of the Panthers. 16 would obviously be the most points they've let in so far this season. Old Wise, ahoy, mate. Game of Mel, ahoy. Shifting left again, the Eels, as they go up over halfway, fifth and last. Panthers defense slides across, though. Takes them down easily. Pezzett with a bit of a nothing kick, but it bounces awkwardly, and it bounces back towards the Fox, but Brian To'o. Oh, that ball could have bounced very awkwardly, and we've got a penalty now. The Eels offside. It was an absolute nothing kick from Pezzett, but it almost worked out. Battle for the New South Wales halfback jersey. Wow. Let's be honest, that jersey belongs to Nathan Cleary, as long as he's fit, as Kenny finds space from dummy half. Passes over to Leota. It's on out to the left here. McLean gets on the outside of Russell. Russell comes back at him. 30 meters out, halfway through the set. Panthers starting to elevate the pace. Papali'i, settler, 20 meters out. Yo to Cleary. Numbers right. Nice short ball for Martin. Liam Martin takes it to the 10. Short side they stay. No. Switch by Cleary. Back into midfield for Leota, who spins. Fends away from one. And he's half a meter out. Moses Leota. Fifth and last. The crash ball goes for Isaiah Yeo. And that's the first try of the game. Yoey. The crash ball in front of the posts. And the Panthers on the board first. Maysour, thank you very much for the glow stick over there on TikTok. Much appreciated. Try confirmed. 6 minutes gone, and it's about to be 6 points to nil, because this kick from right in front will not be missed. Dylan Bransby, there's one for your multi. There you go. Well, when Luke Garner comes on, he's on the interchange, Garner. That's why he adds so much value. But when he comes on, I should imagine he'll be playing in the second row. So I was off by one number. And replacements. Nathan Cleary from right in front. The easiest of easy conversions. But he still takes his time with it just to make sure. Going through the motions. 6 points to nil. The Panthers, they have just started so impressive. They are on a different platform. Here's my only question, though. I know we've got quite a few Panthers fans in the chat rooms across the different platforms. This is my only question around the Panthers, is they built up nicely last season. About halfway through the comp, of course, they were in last place. They built up nicely. They just didn't quite get there by the end of last year. I've just got a feeling this is the form that they were anticipating being in by the back end of last year. And they've come out and they've raced out of the gates playing the way that they're playing. Have they just got the timing wrong? You know, it's all about peaking at the right time. Have they just got it a couple of months, either a couple of months too late or a couple of months too early? Edwards now up over halfway because they are playing so well. They're just on a different planet than everybody else at the moment. Casey McLean takes tackle 5 just inside the Eels half. Cleary puts the kick up. It's not going to be contestable, although Casey McLean puts a great chase on. Pressure on Iongi. And he'll bring it back to the Eels' own 20-metre line. Slow play the ball. Trying to milk something here. For all it's worth, the Eels. 8 minutes gone. 6 points to 0. Back into midfield. For Russell. Speaking of Russell, George Russell, of course, expected to be pole position for the Formula One this weekend over in Japan. Oh my God. Is that the Fox? Poor Fox just got manhandled by 4 Panthers. Terrible service from dummy half puts Junior Bolo under immense pressure. And that's the 5th and last for the Eels. 8 metres gained off a terrible, terrible set. A big kick downfield for Jenkins to take it on the 10. And he heads back into midfield. Panthers well on top here. Mr. Ezra, you thought the Wales losing to the Tigers was bad, but then the Dogs lose to the 2025 Wooden Spooners. Yes, it was a terrible loss, but 2025 Wooden Spooners does not mean 2026 Wooden Spooners. They're a much improved team, the Knights, so I think credit where credit is due to them as well. But yes, it was a bad loss. Quick hands down the short side here. Jenkins in space. Offloads back in field for McLean. And he spins to ground 25 metres out. 5th and last. Cleary goes on a run. Intercept incomplete by the Eels. That'll be 6 more tackles. To'o scoops up a loose pass. Back on the 30. Referee has said we've had enough. We're going to come back. Cleary breaking the line on 5th and last. The try was on for all money. But a nice save by the Eels, but they're still under pressure. Scrum down 20 metres out in front of the posts. ARW, ahoy mate. Adam O'Brien, the Bulldogs' assistant coach, and he just got beat by his former club. Quite comprehensively in the end too, that was. Lindsay Smith to the 10. 4 tackles left here for the Panthers. Building nicely again. Stacked short side. That's where they go. Short ball from Cleary to Papali'i. And he breaks the line and scores. This Panthers side is just so clinical right now. 10 points to 0 with the kick to come. They just loaded up on the short side. A cheeky little double pump from Cleary. And Papali'i gets a couple of weak shoulders and bursts straight through. Sean Russell just hanging an arm out. Try confirmed. Sean Russell and Kalma Tuolangi. This Panthers side in 2026 is just ridiculous. Could we see the first team in the NRL era go through undefeated into the finals? I know that Origin's going to shake things up a little bit, but my God. It's way too early to start making calls like that, though. Way too early. Nathan Cleary here resets his lineup. making sure he's got it millimetre perfect. He's only 10 metres to the left of post, so it's a pretty simple kick. But he's making sure some very happy Panthers fans in the background. Lazo, ahoy, mate. Taking his sweet time with this one. Such an easy kick, and over it goes. Nathan would not be rushed. He was taking every single second available to him there. Tyler Powell says Eels to come back. Well, there's plenty of time left, isn't there? Plenty of time left. Let's check out F1 qualifying. As the Eels get us back underway, kickoff deep for Edwards. Edwards has got Leota running from the back fence. Oh, Verstappen knocked down in Q2. Yes! You love to see it. Kimi Antonelli currently on top after Q2. That's awesome. Bye-bye, Maxi Verstappen. Edwards up to the 40. Kenny takes a couple of steps down the short side. The Panthers go for Liam Martin to carry up over halfway. Fifth and last. Cleary puts it high from halfway. It's going to land on the 20. Iyongi under pressure. Ball ripped away by Blaise Talungi. And Blaise Talungi runs away to score. Oh, this is just so brutal. An absolute schmozzling before our very eyes. 16 points to 0 with the kick to come. They're just winning every single facet of the game. Kick chase is onside. Iyongi out-jumped by Talungi. Alamotti's got eyes for the ball. Contesting the ball. That'll be the only thing that they look at here. Was Paul Alamotti a realistic chance of competing fairly for the ball in the air? That is the only plausible thing that might save Parramatta here. But I can't see anything at all wrong with that. And the Panthers, as the try is confirmed, 14 minutes gone. And this is one-way traffic. Nelson Pumbo, ahoy mate. Go Panthers. ARW, come on, Cleary, Casey, Iyongi, and Walker. Papali'i already ticked off. Cleary, about 5 to the right of the post. Another simple conversion. He's had an easy day out so far with the boot. And he slots another one over. 18 points to 0. For sake, you suspected the Eels would get run through. Panthers have only conceded 2 tries this season so far. And, yeah, they're just, as we've been talking about, they're just on a completely different planet at the moment. The Panthers, it's insane. Cowboys Storm coming up after this one as well. Kickoff down to Edwards on his own goal. Gives it again to Moses Leota. And Leota sets it up on the 10. Infield for Liam Martin. Out of their red zone already on tackle 2. Here's Yo. ARW says Eels need some go forward. Get in there, mate. Bend the line. What, me? You want me to run out there, or you're just speaking in general? Edwards up over the 40. Because I don't think I'd go any good. Both teams completing at 100% until now. Dylan Edwards has dropped it. Fifth and last, getting up to play the ball. Here's a chance now for the Eels. A full set of 6 inside the Panthers' half. Oh, and he's had the ball knocked out. Cheeky little bump with the knee there from the Eels defender who was retreating. And they missed an opportunity to captain's challenge that one, the Panthers. But I suspect at 18-0 up, they're probably not too fussed about that. From the scrum, Eels breaking right. Simonson in at first receiver. 40 metres out. Can they hit back? Stay hunky. Ahoy, mate. Aussie Becks. Ahoy. Listening all the way from Los Angeles. Go Panthers. Moses out the back. And now we've got Cortoga angling back in towards the posts. Moses again, a short ball, attacking the right edge for Jack Williams. Put on his back, 15 metres out. Back into midfield, Walker. Flat pass to Bolo Jr. looking for the offload back. Fights his way 5 metres out from the line. Quick play the ball, fifth and last. Left for Pezzett. The double pump to Cortoga. The ball is spilt and Edwards comes away with it. 0 tackle. And the execution. They had the opportunity. Fifth and last, right on the Panthers' goal line. And then execution out the window. And now they've given away a penalty. Compounding the error. The Panthers now get a piggyback upfield. Holding down is the call. Cleary will find touch. 10 short of halfway. Jesse Robinson, you hate both teams, but you'd rather an Eels win. Liam Martin carries it to the 40. What a strong run, Martin. Then he looks to rush the play the ball, and he's lost it. Back-to-back errors and incomplete sets here for the Panthers. They were completing at 100%. But now, 0% in their last 2 sets. The Eels with another chance. Breaking right again for Simonson. Wayne Stretch, ahoy, mate. Sorry, I've just gone and screwed up here. I tried to get into split view so I could keep an eye on the Formula One. Wayne Stretch, you had $100 on the Knights to win. Oh, congratulations, mate. Well done. Short side for Pezzett. Holds the pass up for Iongi, who's up in the line. Driving him towards the sideline. And then Liam Martin pats the head down. That's got to be a penalty. Momentum had stopped. And yes, it is. Penalty to the Eels. And it was Liam Martin who was coming across the second effort there. Not really necessary. Oh, yeah, Jesse Robertson. I reckon that Wayne over on the YouTube chat there had some pretty solid on the odds on the Eels. Because they were given no chance in that game. That was a big upset. Pezzett just shuffling the ball along the back line here. Walker goes to ground, 15 metres out. 6 again for the Eels. Moses fires a bullet across the face of Cortoga. Does well to hold on to it. 10 metres out now in midfield. Moses drops it off for Williams. And Jackie Williams. 5 out, just to the left of posts. Moses to Pezzett. Shows it inside. Goes out for Iongi. Iongi takes the line on. He's half a metre out. This is a great opportunity for the Eels, but poor service again from dummy half. Moses puts the kick through. It needs to sit up for the Fox, and it does. Josh Adokar with the try. And that is the first tick off our... Oh, wait a minute. He hasn't given it. He has sent it up as no try. It's been sent up as no try. Why? Checking the onside? Well, Fox is a mile onside. Foxy's 100% onside. Oh, he's lost it, has he, over the line? Oh, Josh Adokar, you great big galoot, if you have not grounded this. He's picked the ball up, all casual. Brian To'o hits him from behind and dislodges the ball. Did he maintain any possession over it? No try. Oh, Josh Adokar. The goof up of all goof ups. They come back for a penalty, though. And Parramatta do get another shot here, 5 metres out from the line. Smith goes right for Walker at first receiver. Junior Bolo, a settler beside the posts. Josh Adokar is too experienced to be that casual over the line. Cut out ball to the Fox. He tries again. Cuts back in field. And the sliding defence of the Panthers gets across and shuts him down. 6 again. 10 metres out. Peasant into midfield for Walker. Bolo out the back for Moses. They've got a 3-on-2 here left. But the Panthers get across in numbers. And they pin the Eels 5 metres out, right on that far touchline. Moses, again, it's just edge-to-edge stuff here. They are creating space, though. 2-on-1. Fox for the corner. Beats Brian To'o. He dives over this time. And this time, Fox gets his try. I don't know that they're going to take this one off him. Josh Adokar hits back. 18 points to 4 with the kick to come. And he made sure that he put that one down. Beautiful work there from the Eels. Well, they weren't really offering too much. They're just going from left to right, edge to edge. And they have been creating space. But up until this point, hadn't really looked threatening. Brian To'o will be kicking himself for that missed tackle. Fox Marshall, ahoy mates. Doing very well. Looking forward to another day of footy. Try confirmed. 6 straight games at CommBank Stadium. The Foxes got over. Moses from the sideline. A much-needed response from the Eels. Moses moves in, strikes it well, but it's not bending back. It starts off to the right and it stays there. 18 points to 4. But that will give them some confidence. They stretched the Panthers' defense left to right and came away with some success. Just the presence of Kotoga running on the edge drew in the outside defender. Joseph Toliafoa, you need a Yongi, please. I'll see what I can do. I'll get word out. Give the ball to Isaiah. Panthers with the restart. It goes deep to the goal line. And Junior Bolo from the back fence. I wonder if he gets a little bit of extra pace with that haircut. Late offload there from Kotoga to Walker. Walker gives it to Jack Williams, and Williams is taken down on the 30. Second phase play is good there for the Eels. They've come up with the drop ball. Tuilagi drops it cold. And, well, the set of 6 after points coming up with a mistake just invites the Panthers straight back across the try line. That's a big error. That's a massive error. They had just wrestled back momentum. First set of 6 after points, and a simple dropped ball. It wasn't even dropped in contact. It was an absolute cold error. 6 again here for the Panthers on play 1. Leota just settles things down in midfield. 25 out. Panthers go to the left. Smith. Late offload there for Papali'i. 15 from the line. Yo. Steps off the left boot. Can't get through. He's 5 meters out. Right in front of the post. Kenny goes left for Cleary. Out the back for Casey McLean. 6 again. Just a couple of meters out from the line. Back into midfield for Papali'i. Cleary. Cut out ball for Leota. Edwards wraps around the back. Stands in the 2-man tackle. Finally, he's put to ground. 5 to the right of the post. Kenny goes back to Cleary in midfield. Chips over the top. Hits the upright. And racing through to ground at first is Lindsay Smith. Nathan Cleary with the kick through. Lindsay Smith with the finish. Cleary with the kick. Deflects off the upright. It was not, I don't think that was on purpose either. It was not Cleary's greatest kick ever. And it was way too heavy. If it doesn't hit the post. Well, hard to say whether he did that on purpose or not. It was a pretty heavy kick. If it doesn't hit the post and deflect, it goes into row 10. Suggests that it has to be intentional. What it is, either way, it's a try for the Panthers. The Eels make the mistake and invite the Panthers straight back down their end after points. And you just can't do that against anybody, let alone the Panthers. 22 points to 6, kick to come. Hunter says, let's go Panthers. Tyler Powell. Ahoy, mate. Panthers will flog them Eels. Nathan Cleary, another simple kick. All these kicks have been in around this 10 meters radius of the posts. And he pops another one over. 24 points to 4. 13 minutes to go until the halftime break. The Eels have shown that they can score tries, though. And it's a long game. It's what they need to convince themselves of anyway, isn't it? Back underway. The Eels send the kickoff deep. Edwards will take it over on this left edge. And Sorensen heads back into midfield. Panthers forward pack getting the work done today. Absolutely. Pelt Mayang. Eels will still win. Big call, but certainly not impossible. Yo goes out the back for Talangi. Papali'i standing out on the left edge. Bumps off one. Goes to ground just inside the 40. Short side play. Edwards. Cut out pass to Jenkins. Jenkins is in space. Draws in a Yongi. Puts Casey McLean through. And Casey McLean will score. They're in again. Casey McLean gets a tick off my multi. And the Panthers are just rolling. short side play. Dylan Edwards sneaking back, which created the one-man overlap. He then sums it up nicely, cuts out Casey McLean. Jenkins had nobody in front of him. Draws in Isaiah Yongi with the inside ball back for Casey McLean. It's just simple. Simple footy executed right. Boy, it's impressive. Robert M. Ahoy, mates. Panthers are the home team. Panthers home match. All right, we're halfway through the multi. 11 minutes still to go till the halftime break. And with the Bulldogs going down today to the Knights and the Warriors losing this weekend to the Tigers, as Cleary again is inside that 10-meter radius from the post. It just goes to show what a different planet Penrith are on at the moment. When are they going to stumble? That's the question. Will they stumble as Cleary converts? Robert M., you put $5 $5 dues on the Broncos to win 13+. Nice. Congratulations, mates. I didn't get anything from that game. Well, actually, I got two legs of my multi hit last night. Reece Walsh and Katoni Staggs. Maysour, thank you very much for the rose over on TikTok. Back underway again and again. It's that Edwards to Sorensen combination. 30 points to 4. With 10 minutes to go. Jason Riles searching for answers. The Eels searching for answers. 30 metres out from their own line. Yo plays it. Here's Smith. Out the back to McLean. They go left again. McLean to Jenkins. Jenkins is shown the sideline. Holds his feet and flicks it back in field for Talangi. Incredible effort to stay in the field to play there, Milky Jenkins. 2 tackles left. Papali'i will carry it up over halfway. That's the 5th and last. Cleary with the high ball in midfield. It's going close to the sideline. And over it goes on the full. A let off there for the Eels. A rare mistake from Nathan Cleary. Nine minutes 45 left in this opening half. 30 points already for the Panthers. It's just been a clinic for the most part. Eels look to push the pass. Out late, Brian Kelly gets a kind bounce. But that could have gone absolutely anywhere. Walker from a standing start. Held up by Yo and Papali'i. Moses onto Tuolagi. 30 metres out. Eels over on that right edge. Now heading back towards the post. Settling things down on play 4. Walker to the line. Flat pass to Dury. 10 metres out, 5th and last, just to the left of posts. Moses, cut out ball, hits the chest of Tuolagi, who can't hold on for the second time tonight. A bullet pass from Moses that I'm not sure that he was expecting. Funnily enough, Big Pelican, I've actually done a couple of UFC cards live before. It was a lot of fun. It's just the UFC always clashes with the footy, doesn't it? So, or most of the time it does anyway. So it's not something that I can really do all the time. But yes, I have a lot of fun. Robert M says, who replaces Grant Anderson? Do you bring Arthurs in on the bench or place him in Anderson's spot? Shibasaki on the wing. Yeah, well, Shibasaki, I think Jesse Arthurs is just out of favour at the moment. Don't be surprised if you see Jesse Arthurs in a new spot, a new squad next season. Ball goes higher from Cleary. Jenkins chases through to put pressure on. Spilt out the back by the Eels. But Simonson dives on the loose ball. I think between Mariner, Karapani, and Shibasaki, they've got it pretty well covered. So I think whatever Jesse Arthurs has done, and considering that Ezra Mam nearly killed somebody and he's still got a place in the Broncos squad, I'd hate to think what Jesse Arthurs has done to fall so badly out of favour at that club. Through the hands now on play 4. Moses goes left. Space again on this left edge, but Josh Adokar can't hold on. The pass has gone in behind him. He had to reach back. Frustration from Jason Riles because they were building nicely again here, the Eels. To'o bends the line. Edwards straightens the attack up to halfway. Sorensen into Eels territory. Still going, Sorensen. Cleary shows it outside, drops it inside for Martin. Liam Martin, 30 metres out here on the fifth and last incoming now, sorry. Cleary takes the line on. Fifth and last now, 15 out. Kenny, back to Cleary. Cleary's ankle tapped. Loose pass out the back for Talangi. Intercepted, and away go the Eels. Up outside the 30, the 40. Is this Simonson? It's Sean Russell, and coming across to chop him down 30 metres out is Casey McLean. Front foot ball, though, for the Eels. Iongi steps off the right boot. He's brought down by Talangi. Did he hold on to the ball? Yes, he did. Panthers' defense is retreated now. Kelly steps back in field. Bumps off the tackle of Liam Martin. That's not easy to do. 6 again for the Eels. 15 metres out. Tuolangi takes it inside the 10. Celia, thank you very much for the heart me on TikTok. Slow play the ball. Moses goes out the back to nobody. A kind bounce for Yongi at the back. Retreats to the 20-metre line. Short side for Pezzett. Pezzett spills it. Oh, Jason Riles. He will be so furious at this effort. Whenever they get in the Panthers' red zone, mistake after mistake after mistake. And they haven't made this count. The chase on the intercept from Casey McLean. Maysour, thank you very much for the roses once more on TikTok. And yes, cheers, Celia from the Philippines, I do believe, if I remember correctly. Cheers, Celia. Or is it Kamusta? Is that correct to say thank you? Do you think Sean Russell is going to score? Well, he should have scored then. Sean Russell with the intercept. Breaking away upfield, he was caught by Casey McLean. But yes, he probably should have finished that. Just didn't have the pace. Isaiah Yeo up to halfway here on the fifth and last. Cleary down the short side as one of the Eels is out cold in back play. Iongi takes the kick, and we've got to have time off here. We have got to have time off because down in back play, one of the Eels players has not moved. Oh, no, he's up now. He's up on his haunches. Sam Tuivasa seems to have done his shoulder. Oh, yeah, that's nasty. That is nasty. He's busted himself. He went down flat on his face, clutching at his shoulder. And yes, we do have time off. Had to happen because he was flat on his face, not moving. Kakra Yaboa, 856. Ahoy, mate. So, yeah, Robert M., while we've got this stoppage in play, I think the Broncos have got plenty of coverage between Karapani, the Big D, Dane Mariner, and Shibasaki. So I think, yeah, it's amazing. Jesse Arthur's one of the form wingers of the competition a couple of years ago, and he can't even break the squad anymore. Fallen well out of favour. Who will coach Manly since Seibold's been sacked? Oh, Karapani's been banned. They're waiting on the integrity unit. There you go. I didn't know anything about that. Mick Innes will be coaching Manly. Expect that announcement in the coming days. He's already been spotted having lunch with Tom Trbojevic. So, expect an announcement very soon on that one. Mick Innes to coach Manly. Short side, and Tuilagi bends the line. Takes it up over halfway. That's better from the Eels. Back into midfield for Walker. Walker to Pezzett. Cut out pass. He's in behind Kelly. Slows the momentum. Kelly gets the arms free. Flick pass to the Fox on the edge. Goes back infield for Iyongi. And Iyongi caught by Papali'i. 40 metres out on the fifth and last. Back for Moses in midfield. It's a high looping bomb. It's going to land about 15 out from the line. Well taken by Milky Jenkins. And he beats the first kick chase. Ah, Jenkins is in fine form. Edwards held up and driven sideways, but a long way infield. Knee crumbler, ahoy, mate. Judah Shivian says, kind of shocked how the Knights are a completely different team from last season. Hey, that can happen when you get a new coach, right? Short ball to Liam Martin. Sometimes a change at the top and some fresh ideas is just all that's needed. I think that's what's needed at the Cowboys too. Short kick from Cleary. In behind. Lost forward by Iyongi. Or has he scooped it up? He's lost it there. Isaiah Iyongi. "30 metres out from the line. 1 minute to go until halftime. And the Panthers have been invited straight back down. Robert Muller, thank you very much for the heart me over there on TikTok. Much appreciated. Scrum down, 1 minute left. Cleary, the double pump. Taken down in the tackle by Moses. Slow play the ball. Sorensen beats the first tackle. 20 metres out in midfield. Cleary, dummy, steps back in field. 10 metres out. Edwards at first receiver to Yo. Yo steps off the right and puts on the gas. Can't break his way through, though. Tackle for Sorensen. Out the back for Cleary. Holds the pass up for McLean. Casey McLean one-on-one. Taken down in the tackle by Sean Russell. Fifth and last. Papali'i to Cleary. Chips it in over the top. And it's taken by the Fox. Half a metre out. Runs back into the end goal. And away from Brian To'o. Down the left flank he goes. And that will be half-time. What a first half of footy by the Panthers. I mean, you can't say that it was perfect. It was near perfect. But some simple mistakes gave Parramatta too many opportunities, which, of course, they didn't take. But on another day, if Parramatta are executing better, then maybe it's not so convincing from the Panthers. But on this particular day, 30 points to 4, they go in at half-time. It's going to be very interesting to see how they come out in the second half because, boy, you think it would be hard to stay focused when you're that far ahead. It'd be very easy to switch off. Hey, over on TikTok, Panthers on track to score 60. They could very well. They could very well, although I should imagine that Jason Riles will have some words for his squad at the halftime break. Some of these stats will make for some interesting reading, but before we do that, I just want to get... Oh, wow. Kimi Antonelli has once again outqualified George Russell. Kimi Antonelli is on pole position for the Japanese Grand Prix. Antonelli, Russell, Piastri has got himself up there in third place. Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, and Lewis Hamilton, who has not had a happy weekend, down in sixth place. But, of course, the most glorious sight of all is Max Verstappen down in 11th. Oh, Robin M. That's you over on TikTok as well. Nice one. Thank you, mate. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, so Kimi Antonelli on pole again. And, boy, if he keeps this up, it's going to make that title fight a little interesting. I mean, it's all Mercedes at the moment in the championship, but which order they finish in, that's what will make it very interesting indeed. So, yes, Cowboys Storm coming up after this one. Should be a big win for the Storm, especially on the back of a loss. But this weekend has already thrown out a few surprises, hasn't it? So, Aussie John, ahoy, mate. So, all right, so there you go. Kieran Foran's been announced as the interim coach. Yeah, so Kieran Foran, interim coach. Mick Innes, I still reckon Mick Innes gets announced as the head coach from next season. So there you go. Kieran Foran, interim coach. So he'll look over things for the rest of the year. But then again, like, what do you do if he turns things around? We saw a similar thing happen with the Sharks. What do you do when the coach does well? Look, the only reason I'm saying Mick Innes is because he was spotted having meetings. He was out with Tom Trbojevic. He's been spotted hanging around the club, having talks. But, I mean, those talks could be about anything. It could just be coincidental that it lines up with the timing of the Seatbolt sacking. But and we already know that it won't be we know that it won't be Willie Peters. Willie Peters is a name that gets floated around all the time, but Willie Peters has been appointed the head coach of PNG. So everybody's missed out on Willie Peters. So there you go. Kieran Foran, interim coach. So they haven't made an announcement on a future head coach. Toa NATO. What happened to the Wars? What happened to the Wars is they just, credit to the Tigers. The Tigers just played exceptionally well. I would actually say that Jock Madden, who filled in at number 6, probably played better than Jerome Luai. So at the end of the day, sometimes credit just needs to go where credit is due. And if you want to look at what happened with the Warriors, though, perhaps they brought Metcalf back too soon. I felt like the Warriors were in a position where they were going so well. They'd been playing so well that they didn't really need to rush Metcalf back. I couldn't understand why they raced him back because he looked like he was off the pace. He made some simple mistakes and didn't really add anything. They probably should have kept. Young Umbop in there. He already had a solid partnership going with Tanner Boyd. So, that's with the benefit of hindsight. Why change what was working? But of course, everybody as well is entitled to a slip up. But at the end of the day, sometimes you've just got to give credit to the opposition on the day. And the Tigers were very, very impressive, weren't they? Very impressive. That's the Tigers that I've been expecting to see for a couple of seasons now. Joseph Lacey, ahoy, mate. Nice to see you again. Channel member, Joseph Lacey. Still got that little Waste of Water Sports badge there. You love to see it. Thoughts on the Rabbits' start so far? Yeah, not bad. I think Cody Walker is still... If the opposition can get under his skin way too easily... And what do they say? You can't teach an old dog new tricks. So it's Holy hell, Big Ant Studios is actually on the media board. That's crazy, because I thought they were running out of money. Interesting. Cody Walker, it's too easy to get under his skin, and if you get under his skin, it puts him off his game completely. And if Cody Walker's off his game, then that lethal backline doesn't see as much ball as it probably should. But I think Uncle Wayne, you've got to have faith in Uncle Wayne. He's brought the best out of David Fafita. Big David Fafita's got a new lease of life. And if he can keep up the kind of form that he's in, next season is going to be solid. Next season's going to be immense. David Fafita, if he can keep him focused and firing, something that he couldn't get done at the Titans or at the Broncos. David Fafita and Payne Haas. Mouth-watering 1-2 punch. Rod, ahoy, mate. Ahoy and Tage. Dan and all. 999 Filipino peso super chat. Cheers, my friend. Very much appreciate it. What do I think of the Panthers this year? I know it's only early, but they're on fire. I've been talking about it a fair bit. So I won't go into fine details like I have previously, just for the benefit of the people that have already heard it. I just wonder, my concern for the Panthers is, have they just got the timing wrong? So, obviously, halfway through last season, they were down the bottom of the table. They fought their way back. They didn't quite get into this sort of form. They didn't quite hit their straps last year. They never quite got to this level. They've come storming out of the gates at the level they're playing at. I just wonder if they're either a few months too late or if they've started way too early. A few months too late for last season or just way too early for this season. That'd be my only concern. It's kind of like when the All Blacks, if I can reference rugby union, and compared to the All Blacks, who history suggested the All Blacks always peaked in between World Cups. So the World Cup is every 4 years. Well, every 2 years. That second year in between World Cups, the All Blacks would be absolutely unbeatable and just miles ahead of everybody else. And come World Cup time, everybody else had caught up and the All Blacks had fallen off. They just always got the cycle wrong, the timing wrong. I just wonder if they've started way too red hot. And the only way for them is a sort of, not necessarily a decline, but the rest of the teams have the whole season to catch up now. But if they do have something left in the tank, if they do have some tricks up their sleeve that they haven't unleashed yet, then that is terrifying for the rest of the competition. Now, I did say at the back end of last year what the Panthers achieved. It was supposed to be a rebuild. It was supposed to be a rebuild for the Panthers last season. And they nearly made another grand final. So I did say at the back end of last year that the form that they're starting to find should terrify everybody for next year. But even when I said that, I wasn't expecting this level that they've come out of the gates with. Haha, Rod Mabuhay. You're in the Philippines, in Manila now, but previously in Cebu. Nice. I'm so excited to get over to the Philippines one day. Vincent Spears, ahoy, mate. Joshua Stewart, you're in Lapu-Lapu. Have we got another Filipino in the chat? Nice. We've got Celia from the Philippines over on the TikTok. And we've got Rod and Joshua now. Filipinos representing. Second half will be underway soon. Feels like that was a really long halftime break. Cowboys Storm coming up after this one. Parramatta with a lot of work to do here in the second half. West Patrol. Parramatta need to get Scaredy Cat Jason to coach them. Second half will be getting underway momentarily. Panthers back out onto the fields. Can't see me. 3, you have Panthers for 51 plus. West Patrol says if you don't know who Scaredy Cat Jason is, he's the guy that's scared of Useless Mitchell and Anger Issues Walker. Oh, Scaredy Cat Jason. Yeah. The guy that's scared and is named Jason. Second half underway. Parramatta with the kickoff. Panthers get first use of it. And again, it's that Edwards-Sorensen combination from the restart. Sorensen will play it 10 metres out from their own line here, the Panthers. 30 points to 4. Well and truly in control of this one as we go around the grounds. ARW, BG and Drua keeping it close versus the Blues. 26-15 with 10 to go. And yes, that is a lot closer than we probably expected that game to be. Penalty now to the Panthers. Late in the tackle count. And we've got an issue for Kelma Tuolagi. The penalties for pressure on the neck. Vincent Spears, Panthers are going to win it this year. No other team stands a chance, and that's sad. I don't know, Vincent Spears, have you spoken to many Broncos fans? I mean, the Broncos are dead set certainties to go back-to-back. Antoine, ahoy there, mate. Priscilla Timothy, go the mighty Panthers, moving up to first on the NRL ladder. Oh, time off. Forgot to hit pause on the clock. Panthers find touch. 10 short of halfway. Jason Riles looks like he wants to go home. Seriously, he's not having a good day up there. Sorensen takes it over halfway. Oh, Billy Phillips. Oh, again, I'm getting Billy Phillips and Sorensen confused. God, they look alike. That one's Sorensen. Billy Phillips is like a mini-me Scott Sorensen. 40 out from the Eels line. Yo. To Cleary. Drops it off inside for Papali'i. 30 metres out. Play 4. Phillips winds up. Takes it to the 20. Fifth and last. Just to the left of post. Kenny. Short side for Talangi. Grubbers in behind the line. And Isaiah Yongi will shadow it over the dead ball line for a 7-tackle set. Poor start to the second half for the Panthers. Kelma Taulungi in a world of hurt in back play. Aussie John renewing channel membership over on the YouTube. Thank you, mate. As Isaiah Yongi, has he copped a hip drop here? Yongi steps through half a gap. Papali'i and Mitch Kenny hip drop Jones. Well, this could be trouble. There was nothing intentional about it, but he's around the back, drops onto the ankles of Isaiah Yongi, and this will be a penalty, and Mitch Kenny, I expect to go and report here. Nothing malicious, but that's the rules. Heel fries, ahoy, mate. This Eels defense is more open than Lana Rhodes. Biggs J. Biggs J or Big ZJ? Ahoy there, mate. Anyways, welcome along. DJ Shack, ahoy, mate. As we've got time off here, Isaiah Yongi, victim of a hip drop. Here we go. Mitch Kenny's being called out. Mitch Kenny called out here. Hip drop. It's going to be a penalty. He'll be on report. And will he spend 10 in the bin? Yes, he will. On report and 10 in the bin for Mitch Kenny. Is this the opening for... I mean, I'm trying to make it sound like a contest here. Is this the opening that Parramatta needed? Mason, NRL and UFC, ahoy, mate. DJ Shack, you nearly accidentally tipped the Eels in this game. Thank goodness you changed your mind. Comeback could be on, though. The next 10 minutes, Panthers a man down. Stitch family, no drama. Thank you very much for the heart me. On TikTok as Parramatta, fine touch, 25 out from the line. Here they come. This is their opportunity. 15 metres out, big leg drive from Tuivasa back into midfield. Panthers a man down for the next 10. Moses, cut out ball left, it goes for Kortoga. Slow play the ball. Moses in midfield. Out the back for Pezzett. Cut out pass for Russell. Russell one-on-one with Casey McLean. And Casey's been all over him tonight. Definitely winning that battle. Wrap around in midfield. Walker then gives the short ball. Well read by the Panthers defense. Play for Talon De Silva's on. Isaiah Yongi leaves the field. Mitchell Moses drops it cold. One out from the play the ball. Oh, Mitchell, what have you done? What a huge let-off there for the Panthers. Drops it cold. Took his eyes off the ball, had a cheeky look out to the right at who he was going to pass to. And Isaiah Yongi limping down the tunnel. That will probably be his night. Oh, Jason Riles is up in the coach's box with his hands in his head. Oh, well, wait a minute. His head in his hands. Whatever you're supposed to say in that situation. He's sitting up there. He can't look. That is a very, very frustrated coach. Mario Castelletto. Ahoy there, mate. Welcome along. Panthers now can... Liam Martin spells the ball. Well, the second half has turned into a mess of errors. Liam Martin's claiming that ball was stripped out and we're going to get a captain's challenge. Malcolm Cousins, go Para. Here we go. Brian Kelly with the hit. Does strip the ball out. It was 1-on-1. It's a 1-on-1 tackle, so the strip is perfectly legal. But I suppose what Liam Martin is suggesting is if the ball was stripped out, it's not a knock-on. Challenge unsuccessful. Eels will get the ball. Hillfry says everyone's got tits for hands in this game. Scrum down. The Eels have decided to take it over on the left edge. Pezzett feeds. Here we go. 20 metres out. Moses holds the ball this time. Drops it off inside for Dury. And that's play one. Set restart. Left they go. Walker, the short ball. Well read by Cleary and Edwards. Slow play the ball again. Panthers are up quickly. Were they offside? Pezzett out the back for Walker. Moses through the hands now for Russell. Russell one-on-one with McLean, and Casey makes the tackle again. Moses. Crash ball for Dylan Walker. Walker 2 meters out just to the right of the post. Halfway through the set. Moses to Pezzett. Puts the kick in behind, and Edwards is there. Mr. Reliable, Dylan Edwards, takes the tackle in goal. Nice vision from Pezzett. Goal line dropout incoming. Heel Fries says, come on, Para, fast footy. Tyler Powell, Bunnies can make the top 4 if they play good. More injury concerns here for the Eels. We've got time off again. Tonga took a bit of a bump in that last play. But he's back up on his feet. He's all good. Cleary goes short with this restart. Taken well by Mitchell Moses. They can keep applying the pressure. Simonson heads back into midfield, just a couple of meters out. Set restart. Crash ball. Eels, millimeters short from the line here in front of the posts. Moses has it on this right edge for Russell. They're up quickly on him. Oh, Casey McLean again. Has been all over his opposite number tonight. Back into midfield for Walker. Late pass out the back for Peasant. 3-on-2 to the left. But Papali goes on his own. Oh, they had an overlap wasted there. Moses back into midfield for Tuivasa from a standing start. Just settles it down in midfield here on play 4. Peasant to Moses. Out the back for Russell. Russell with the draw and pass puts Simonson in space. And Simonson will score. Bailey Simonson. Well, they had a 3-on-1 overlap to the left. They didn't utilize it. But they settled things down again. And they set it up on the right edge this time. Jenkins goes for the intercept. And an easy finish in the end for Bailey Simonson with Dylan Edwards tracking across. 30 points to 8. The kick to come from the sideline. 8 minutes gone in this second half. Is the comeback on? I reckon that they probably need, well, definitely at least one more with Mitch Kenny in the bin. Moses from the sideline. Ben Lanta says, give some water to Jason Riles. Maybe he's sleeping. I think Jason Riles needs some vodka. As Moses puts this one on target. It's starting to bend, though, and it bends too far. And he's missed another one. Yeah, I think after this performance, Rilesley might need some vodka. Straight. Vodka on the rocks. I'm not sure if they're allowed to drink up in the coach's box or not. Bloody, I would be. 30 points to 8. Panthers. Get us back underway. Deep kickoff. And Dury will bring it up to the 15. So, can they come up with more points while Mitch Kenny's in the bin? Pretty much critical that they do if they're going to have a miracle fight back in this game. Short side. Back into midfield now. Walker to the line. Gives the late pass for Dury. Dury holds his head. Claiming high contact. Still down on his haunches. He's waiting for the bunker intervention. And we've got time off. Let's have a look on this replay. He does cop a shoulder to the face, in fairness. He did cop one there. Not a lot in it, but contact to the head will be a penalty. Shuey's in the locker room, says Lazar. Oh, God. You know, the idea of a Shuey has never excited me. And off for HIA goes Dury. He did cop Sorensen's shoulder to the face there. Moses finds touch, 40 out from the Panthers line. Here they come now. Defunk, ahoy, mate. Back into midfield. Can they find some points here, the Eels? Walker, flat pass across the face of the defence to Cogger, left. Moses back into midfield for Peasant. McLean jams up on him and puts him down. Casey McLean's having a great game in defence. Dominant tackle, slow play the ball. Moses creates a 3-on-2 left. Can they utilise it this time? Brian Kelly goes into contact and goes to ground. 10 out from the line. Fifth and last, Moses with the late pass that has been dropped. Another error inside the red zone. Who's come up with the spilt ball there? Luca Moretti. Luca. Oh, this has been really poor from the Eels. Really poor. It feels like whenever they get into the Panthers' red zone, they cough the ball up. And Mitch Kenny will be back on the field in about 1 minute. After this set of 6 from the Panthers, they will be back to a full complement. And minimal damage has been done. Papali'i getting through a mountain of work tonight. Put on his back for play 2. Set restarts. Here comes Mitch Kenny. Out to the sideline. Alamotti. Been very quiet in this game, Paul Alamotti. 10 short of halfway here, the Panthers. On play 2. Sorensen, or Phillips rather. God damn it again. Sorensen's mini-me. Cleary back inside for Edwards on the halfway line. Wrestles his way forward for another couple of meters. 2 plays left. Sorensen looks to offload late. Holds on to the ball though, 5th and last. Cleary down the short side, just grubbers in behind, looking for touch. Finding touch. 20 out or thereabouts from the Eels line. Because that will wind down the clock. And Mitch Kenny will be back onto the field. Smart play. Nathan Cleary. Didn't wind it down long enough, though. Freddie Lussick still out there. Mitch Kenny still a couple of tackles away. The Fox out to the 30. 30 points to 8. It's been Parramatta dominating in this second half in terms of possession and territory, but... And Mitch Kenny's back on. Mitch Kenny back on the field. Yes, indeed, Chris Bradley still on the captain. A line-bending run here from Kotonga. 40 metres out on play 4. Junior Bolo has to take it on the bounce. Gives it off for Moses, who dummies and goes straight through. Nobody running with him, though. 30 metres out on the 5th and last. Eels stay on the short side. A high ball is going to land 5 metres out for Dylan Edwards to take it. They hold him up off the deck and drive him back towards the goal line. But Dylan Edwards stays in the field of play. Panthers defuse that situation. Casey McLean getting involved in everything. Good, strong carry. Takes them out of their red zone. Alamotti now. Another 10 metres. 50 says Panthers winning the premiership. Calling it now. A lot of people would absolutely agree with that. 50. 5th and last. Cleary from well inside the 40. Angling it towards the touchline. Trying to keep it in the field of play for some reason at the back. The Eels have made an absolute hash of it. The 40-20 was on, but the ball took a sharp turn towards the sideline. It was not going to be a 40-20, but the Eels have played at it. Panthers get a result. It was very, very close, but I don't think that needed to be played at by Papali. Back into midfield. Smith sets it up 10 meters out. Here come the Panthers. Their first opportunity of the second half. Cleary. Inside ball for Papali'i. 10 to the left of the posts. 10 meters out. Kenny back on the field. Cut out pass to Cleary, who grubbers in behind the line for Alamotti. And Paul Alamotti scoops it up and scores. Paul Alamotti makes it 34-8. The vision of Nathan Cleary. Another grubber kick in behind the line. Sits up perfectly. What a finish. And we're just looking at the replay of that 40-20. I'm still not convinced it was going to go into touch inside the 20-meter line, but the vision here from Nathan Cleary just dinks it onto the boot in behind the line. Isaiah Yongi off the field. Joash Papali filling in at fullback. Out of position slightly. Gift 4 points. Brian To'o, I'm not even sure that he's on the field, to be honest. I have not seen Brian To'o touch the ball. Nathan Cleary from out wide. Oh, no. He's actually a lot closer than I realized. Again, in that 10-meter radius. He's had an easy day with the boot today, Nathan. 36 points to 8. Panthers just way too bloody good. 23 minutes left. Cowboys Storm coming up after this. Wonder if there's any chance of an upset. Defunct says, I wish these franchises all got equal salary caps each season. And a penalty to the Panthers on tackle 1 from the restart. The discipline from the Eels has just gone completely out the window. Cleary will bang it into touch. 30 meters out from their own line. Things just go from bad to worse for the Eels. Casey McLean taps and goes. Brings it up to the 40 on this left edge. Slow play the ball again. Papali'i spins out of the first tackle. And he's brought down on halfway. Phillips takes it into Eels territory. Vicky Troy, ahoy, mate. Doing well, thank you, my friend. 4th for the Panthers. Cleary to the line. Flat pass across the face of the defense for Ghana. 45 meters gained off that set. Short side. Cleary puts it in over the top. Contestable kick. Batted back by Alamotti. 6 more tackles, is it? No, still 5th and last. Alamotti, late offload. Back for Edwards. Fires a huge pass over to Papali'i. Keeps it alive above his head. Now McLean in space. Gives it to Jenkins. Jenkins steps off the left boot and runs around beside the posts. Milky Jenkins is in. You can't keep him off the try scorer sheet at the moment. 40 points to 8. And they can do no wrong. Everything coming down this left edge is turning to goals. Papali'i somehow keeps that ball alive, and then who was that racing up? Didn't catch the number, but one of the Eels defenders comes racing up unnecessarily out of the line. It was... Let's have a look, see if we can catch a number. Billy Phillips is wrapping around. Mitch Moses is there. And it's Moses who was caught in no man's land. Mitch Moses. Malcolm Cousins says, even when they're doing wrong, they don't get touched. That's the thing. That was such a messy piece of play on the 5th and last. Try confirmed. It was such a messy play. It had absolutely no right to work out as easily as it did for them. Vicky Troy, thank you very much for the hearts over on TikTok. Another kick from inside that 10-meter radius of the posts for Nathan Cleary. It's been a practice session for him with the goal kicking tonight. 42 points to 8. One-way traffic, the Eels. They've already had 50 put on them this season, of course. Are we about to see it again? There's still 20 minutes left. This score could be absolutely anything. Eels with the restart. Edwards claims it. And something a little bit different. Garner with the hit up. No, it's not. It's Lindsay Smith. Phillips. Someone's lost a shoe. It was Luke Garner. Yeah, Billy Phillips, he's an interesting player because he doesn't have the size of your typical forward. And he definitely has the agility of an outside back. Keep an eye on him coming through the ranks. McLean now to Edwards. Left, they shift. 40 meters out from the line on the 5th and last. Cleary puts it high. Contestable ball again. It's going to land on the Eels. 10. Papali takes it. Moses is back into dummy half. Eels 20 meters out from their own line. Penrith could very well put 50 on. Yes, Penrith could very well put 60 on. Still with 19 minutes to go. Plenty of time for more points. The Fox from dummy half, sniping around for space. 5th and last on halfway. Moses puts the kick downfield. No pressure at the back here for Jenkins. Jenkins takes it. And he brings it back to the 20-meter line. McLean steps through one. Beats a second. Looks to offload to Jenkins. Holds on the ball. He's still going, Casey McLean. Up to the 40. 18 and a half to play. Edwards. Into the Eels half. Halfway through the set. Smith out the back for Cleary. Space to the right. Intercepted. And away goes the Fox. In second gear. He will run around and score under the posts. Josh Adokar gets a double. Oh, we've got a penalty to Penrith. The Eels are offside. The Fox can't believe it. We'll take that off them. Oh. When it's not your night, it is not your night. For the second time tonight, the Fox has had a try taken off him. Oh, wow. Pretty much sums up the game for the Eels, says DJ Shack. Penalty for Penrith, 40 metres out. Cleary just puts it into touch on the Eels 20. Alamotti with the tap. And Garner will take the first hit up. 20 metres out from the line. Back into midfield for Lussick. Lussick takes the carry. Kenny goes down the short side for Cleary. Cleary will take the line on. Halfway through the set now, 10 metres out. Lussick at first receiver to Smith. Flat pass to Phillips, who hits the line at pace. 5 metres out just to the left of post. Kenny for Cleary. Goes out the back for Edwards. Edwards, dummies. And he's taken a ground by Pezzett. Has the ball stripped away from him. And it's called a knock-on against Dylan Edwards. The Panthers have no challenge remaining. And the Eels will come up with possession. Something has gone their way. "16 minutes left to play. Cowboys, Storm coming up after this. Are we going to see a similar scoreline in that one? Aaron, who won the Bulldogs game, the Knights absolutely spanked them. Penalty here to the Eels. 10 out from their own line, an opportunity to clear upfield. And Moses thumps the ever-living bollocks out of it. 10 short of halfway. Eels now into Panthers territory. 15 left. Can they get some consolation points? Scott 91. Cowboys to win, but Peyton needs to go. As Casey McLean, Blaze Talungi on this occasion, jamming in. And making the hit count. Junior Bolo now. Taking a ground, 30 out. Going quickly from dummy half. Talon De Silva tries to catch the mark as napping. Fifth and last. For Pezzett to put the kick up. To'o gets up in the air to compete. Can't control it. Boy, it's been a quiet old night for Brian To'o over there on the right edge. Hardly seen him involved in anything. Penrith will come away with it. 14 minutes left to play. And, more injury concerns for the Eels. We've got time off. Jeez, they just can't get a break at the moment. Parramatta. That was Matt Dury, I believe. Matt Dury's come flying in to try and make the tackle. And he is immediately signaled for the sideline that he needs assistance. This is another leg injury. Oh, Jason Riles. Every time they've gone up to the coach's box, poor Rilesy has just had his head in his hands. Can't bear to watch. Poor finding Dury. Davies, 102. You need the game to stay under 56. As finding Dury getting carried off the field by two trainers. You never like to see that. Mickey Troy says, well played game last night with the Broncos winning a home game. Callum, you need Bizza as well. Panthers now. Jeez, that scared the bollocks off me. My charger cable. James, prediction, Para win 82-42. Hey, James, you'd get along with our mate over on the YouTube chat, the Knee Crumbler, who, no matter what the game scenario is, predicts the Warriors to win by 1,000 to whatever the score is at the time. As Cleary, the banana kick into touch. Not a lot of distance on it, but they're just having fun at the moment. They're just having a good old laugh. Simonson bumps off one. Now he goes to ground short of the 40. Scott 91. Thank you very much for the heart me. Over on the TikTok, Eels will play it. 40 out from their own line. Short side is the go. Tuolagi up to halfway. And just sneaks into Panthers territory here. Halfway through the set, Walker at first receiver. Just sends it across the line to Williams. Slow play the ball. Walker again to Moses. Moses with the short pass off the hip. Well read by the Panthers defense. Milky Jenkins there with Casey McLean. Fifth and last. Moses puts it high. It's going to land 10 meters out. Batted back by the Eels. Once, twice. It's on the deck. Scooped up. Goes to Addo Carr on the left. He puts a second kick in. And Dylan Edwards will take it in the end goal for a goal line dropout. It was messy, but it got a result. "12 minutes left to play. 42 points to 8. Blaze hopes the Cowboys win. Edmund, Kodanga, Panthers are heading to the finals. As the goal line dropout is dropped by Junior Bolo. He's dropped it backwards, though. And then rumbles it up the big man. 40 meters out from the Panthers line. Can they get some consolation points here? Jack Williams. Walker out the back for Moses. Short ball for Tuolagi. Easily read by the Panthers defense. 3 tackles left for Walker in midfield. Hezit has to stop and change direction. Comes back for Moses on the right, and they're up quickly on him. Losing ground here as Moses gets up to play it. Walker again for Pezzett. Nice short ball. Back inside for Pezzett. Pezzett for Walker. And Walker will score under the post. Draw and pass. Draw and pass. Some slick hands. Too little, too late. But that was an impressive little piece of play. Dylan Walker scores. Still 11 minutes to go. 42 points to 12. Kick to come. There we go. James on TikTok might be right. They're coming back. Try confirmed. Conversion successful from Moses. He wasn't mucking about with that one. 42 points to 14. Justin Kaufman, ahoy, mate. The Panthers will take all the time available to them to get this restart. The Eels' next 5 games. Home against the Tigers, home against the Titans, home against the Bulldogs, and then away against Manly, and then back home against the Warriors. That's not a bad little run for the Eels. Jai Marshall, ahoy mate, up the Panthers. Edwards gets us back underway. Sends it deep into the corner. Now, Parramatta. Can they get some momentum going? Justin says, hello, thanks for the game calls from Detroit, USA. Early shift out to the right. It's a loose pass from Moses, though. And Parramatta have to retreat to their own 10 to collect it. Trying the Manly play. The early shift from inside their own red zone. Hasn't worked out for them, though. Late offload to De Silva. Talon De Silva. Oh, poor Rossi. They should stop showing poor Rossi up in the coach's box. Numbers out to the left if they can get it there. Peasant fires it over the top for the Fox, and he's ankle tapped by To'o. Gets up and goes again, though, the Fox. Nice effort from Brian To'o to shut that one down. The Eels are going to throw caution to the wind here, of course. Moses from inside the 40. Gets a nice angle on this. Needs the bounce, but it bounces back infield. And sits up for Dylan Edwards, who heads across field. Fires it across to Milky Jenkins. Jenkins puts a huge don't argue on Sean Russell. And gets himself into a little bit of space that's shut down by Simonson. Casey McLean now. Dives over the 40-metre line. Talangi goes from dummy half. And into Eels territory. Halfway through the set, 9 minutes to play. Edwards out the back for Cleary. Alamotti back for Garner. Garner bumps off one. And he goes to ground 40 metres out from the line over on the right. Still tackles up their sleeve here. Talangi, cut out pass for McLean. McLean with the goose step, gets on the outside of his man, then spills the ball. Picked up by Parramatta. It's been a scrappy old second half. The Panthers, they'll be disappointed, I think, with their effort in this second 40. Some simple errors starting to creep in. But comfortable winners in the end, of course. Again, Peasant sends it out to the left. To'o jams in, makes the tackle. Parramatta on halfway. 3 tackles gone. And almost spilling the ball there. Portoga. Walker. Flat pass to Williams. Williams looks to offload as he falls to ground 25 metres out in midfield. 5th and last. And now Williams is clutching at his knee. Gets up and plays it. Moses to De Silva. Grubbers him behind the line. Sits up for him and then throws the pass into touch. Again, they just can't execute. Oh, we've got time off. Captain's challenge here for the Eels. They're looking for a penalty somewhere, somehow. With 7.5 to play. And it was Joash Papali, who put the grubber kick through. Just needs to draw in Dylan Edwards. He fires the pass across the face of everybody into touch. This is a captain's challenge, hoping for an early tackle. Let's see. Jenkins doesn't seem to have done anything here. And I think that this will be an unsuccessful challenge. It was one born out of hope. Okay, he has grabbed the arm. And despite the fact that the pass was a dead set shocker, the challenge is successful. There you go. Penalty to the Eels. Penalty to Parramatta. Moses dinks it into touch. So they've got 7.5 minutes here with some more consolation points. Some of us have got To'o in our multis, and an intercept try would be nice right about now. You don't like to see it for the Eels, but it'd be great for the Maltese. Walker in midfield drops it off here for Williams. And Williams, oh no, that was Moretti, sorry. Out to the left they go, the Eels. 10 metres out. Papali dancing around, looking for half a game, half a break. Pezzett to the line. Walker out the back for Moses. Then he sends it out the back to create space to the left. Sean Russell bobbles the ball. Katoni Stagg style. Holds on and plants it down. They do get some more consolation points. Sean Russell did his best to spill it. ARW says you can't make this up. Your multi ticked off after that Walker try. But Iongi was taken off right after half-time. Who was my last anytime. Oh, that's rough, mate. That's rough. 6 minutes still to play. Sean Russell nearly goofed it up. Scores out in the corner. The Panthers, this is the most points that's been put on them. Moses. Racing. Well, I thought he'd be racing through this goal kick. He's taking his sweet time with it. From the sideline. Has learnt his lesson from previous attempts. He's put it right down the middle. 42 points to 20. Five and a half to go. How close can they make it? A bloody breakout try from the kickoff would make things slightly interesting, wouldn't it? Edwards with the kickoff. IPL begins tomorrow, hey? Interesting. Indian Premier League. Parramatta, 5 minutes to play. How many more points can they get? Oh, Matt Dory, ACL. Poor bugger. They just said, says Max on the TikTok. Poor bugger. Back into midfield for Walker. Pezzett. At the back for Papali, who dummies, straightens, and he's taken down just short of halfway. Edge-to-edge stuff again here from Parramatta. 2 tackles left. Walker. For Moses, the double pump out the back. Looking to get the arms free there, Sean Russell, but he can't. And they spill the ball on halfway. They had to give it a go, though. Oh, and he's copped one high there, Sean Russell, from Milky Jenkins. Just over 4 minutes left to play. 42 points to 22. Panthers in midfield. $40 meters out. Phillips goes into dummy half, does he? Or Lussick. Late offload, back for Lussick. Over to Smith, to Cleary. 30 meters out, bumps off the first tackle. And the Eels manage to shut this one down. Edwards, through the hands, right they go. 25 meters out on play 4. Big open side to the left, but Edwards goes straight. Late pass for Cleary, who sends it across the face of the defense for Phillips. And Phillips, 5th and last, 20 meters out. Leota, that's not who you want the ball on the last tackle. Edwards tries to grub it through. It deflects off the Eels. Back for Moses Leota. 6 more tackles for the Panthers. Even when they get it wrong, they get it right. Edwards steps off the right boot. Takes it inside the 10. 3 minutes left to play. Cleary to Smith. Dummies. Straightens. Gives it to Taulagi. Taulagi to Papali'i. Casey McLean has to scoop it up off the deck. Fires a flick pass out to Thomas Jenkins. And Jenkins gets another. Milky Jenkins with another double. And the Panthers, it was scrappy as all hell. But that's been the story of their night tonight. Even when they get it wrong, they get it so right. Brian To'o over on that right edge. He hasn't had to do a thing tonight. He hasn't had to do anything. He's just been hanging out over there. Jenkins has been getting all the points. Casey McLean's been immense. Crazy stuff. Lewis Boardman, what do you think about RTS going to Super League? It's pretty much his only option, isn't it? Like, great player in his day. But he's definitely... I think he's definitely reached Super League levels of his career. And that's no offense to him. Everybody gets there at some point. I just, I struggle to see, unless he stays on in some sort of mentorship role. There's just so many good young gun backs coming through for all the clubs. So, yeah, I don't know where he lands other than Super League. From the sideline, Nathan Cleary strikes it on target. The ball holds its line, and he puts another one over. A sly smile on the face of Ivan up in the coach's box. Total contrast to what we're seeing from the Eels coaching box, of course. 48 points to 20. Thoughts on the Storm versus Panthers dynasty? Who has a better dynasty? Well, it's got to be the Panthers, right? It's got to be the Panthers. Leota bumps off one from the kick restart. The number of premierships in a row that they won, the number of coaches that are now in other clubs doing well, the number of players that are now in clubs doing well. A lot of the Melbourne Storm players, not all of them, but a lot of them, when they moved on from the Melbourne Storm, just didn't live up to the same levels. Lindsay Smith to the 30. 1 minute left to go. Can the Eels get some more consolation points? Can the Panthers crack 50? Lussick spins away from the first tackle. He's taken a ground 40 metres out on the fifth and last. Cleary steps back into the 40. Angles for the 40-20, but it's taken at the back by Papali on the full. Inside the final minute, Parramatta will get last year's of it. Unless there's a dropped ball or an intercept, there'll be no 50 points here for the Panthers. The Fox in at first receiver. Tackle just short of halfway. 30 seconds to go. Panthers next 5 games. Oh, hang on. Tapped on to Taulagi. Takes it up over the halfway line. 40 metres out from the Panthers line. This will be the last play of the game. Pezzett, cut out pass left for Kelly. Kelly is chopped down. Great legs tackle by Luke Garner. They do get another play in. Pezzett puts it high, skews it off the side of the boot. Casey McLean takes it. Blaze Taulagi takes it, rather. And the Panthers win 48 points to 20. A dominant performance. They'll be very disappointed in their second half, which is terrifying for what's to come. Incredible stuff. 48 points to 20. An absolute monstering here by the Panthers. Great performance. All right. Wastewater Sports, I'm going to have a quick break and then we'll be back. Cowboys Storm on the other side of this. YouTube and Twitch will stay active. TikTok, I will stop and start a new stream. So if you're not following along and you would like to, do hit the follow over there on TikTok and I'll be live once again momentarily. YouTube, Twitch, stay with me. We'll be right back. Cowboys Storm coming up. And we'll play some music over here for you.
Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and take pants less from the kickoff to the final whistle blow. We'll take the two and we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With the laugh and the cheer, we bring out our best. No serious analysis, no expert critiques, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. We'll raise a roll, from sideline jokes to post-match tales, all big goofs and their big fails. We're not so serious, and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our skies. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Oh, wasted world of sports, here's to our cheer. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer. Yeah.
Ah, yes, Wasted World of Sports. Welcome back. Cowboys versus the Storm in game number 2 of this doubleheader. Let's bring it on. Referee blows the whistle to start us off. Melbourne with the kickoff. First use of it. Well, he's put it out on the fall. What a start for the Storm. Suafaulongo puts it out on the fall. Penalty on halfway to start the game for the Cowboys. They couldn't ask for a better start here, the home side. Melbourne have gone goofed up right from the very beginning. And an opportunity early for the Cowboys. And wouldn't you know, I've loaded up on Storm players for my same game multi, so that should pretty much tell you all you need to know. I've put the mockers on them. The curse is in. They have been cursed. Jason Taumalolo. 10 meters out from the line. Short side, they go for Cohen Hess, driven back in the 3-man tackle. Halfway through the set already. Dearden has got Cletus running off his shoulder. Old Cletus Cotter. Left they go for Clifford to find some space, stepping back in field. A metre short. Fifth and last, back for Dearden to kick crossfield. The runners have momentum. Ball's lost into the in-goal. Faulongo comes away with it. But was this forward off the Cowboys? Yes, it was, says the referee. Heel fries, ahoy, mate. Celia, welcome back from the Philippines. One of my, well, actually, probably my favorite country in the world. Melbourne survive an early scare. Putting the ball out on the full. Celia, thank you very much for the rose. Over there on TikTok. Much appreciated. Ashton Curtis says good luck to the Cowboys. Celia says go the Storm. Oh, it gets even better. Philippines Storm supporter. Fifth and last, Jerome Hughes puts the ball high. Landed it inside the 10 of the Cowboys, and Murray Taulungi winds up. The Storm need a big bounce back. They were disappointing against the Broncos. So they'll be looking for a big effort in this one. Game of Mel, ahoy there. Cowboys out to the 40. 2 tackles left. Taumalolo in midfield. Settles it on halfway. Ah, nice. Celia, Aussie husband from Melbourne, living in the Philippines. You know what? Actually, as Clifford goes straight up the middle again. Kicks over the top. Hits the upright. And Suafaulongo's there to kick it dead. Jake Clifford is ripping the Storm defense apart in the early stages of this one. Where has this Cowboys team been from the start of the season? Yeah, that's awesome, Celia. Aussie husband from Melbourne, living here in the Philippines for good. You know what? That is my plan for retirement. Goal line dropout is a long one. And the Cowboys now wind up the kick return. If the Storm win, they are top 4. Thank you very much, Daniela, for the super chat on YouTube. Very much appreciated. Cheers. Dearden drops it off there for Helam Lukey. They're inside the 20. Building nicely here, the Cowboys. Dearden at pace. Now starts to head across field. Cletus Cotter gets the drop back on the inside. 5 meters to go now for the Cowboys. 2 tackles left. Drinkwater. The cutout pass bounces out to Burns. Burns has his momentum stalled. And he's now flung to ground. 15 meters out from the try line. Fifth and last for Drinkwater to chip in over the top. Contestable ball is taken in the air by Jake Clifford, who is absolutely on fire to start this game. Oh, they are pumped up for this one. The Cowboys have been red hot to start. Melbourne Storm put the kickoff out on the full, and it's been all Cowboys. Aussie John, what are you doing, my friend? Now we've spoken to you in the past about this unnecessary over moderating. Daniela's sent us a super chat, and you've gone and deleted it. Try confirmed by the bunker. The Cowboys up 4 points to 0 with the kick to come. Jake Clifford. He has been on fire. Six minutes gone. And it's about to be 6 points to 0. And some soul searching to be done here for the Melbourne Storm. Clifford taking his time. Lane William, ahoy there. Clifford puts it over. And it is Jake Clifford 6. Melbourne Storm 0. All right, I just have to quickly check. I just have to check and make sure that poor Daniela wasn't banned permanently. Where do I go for that? Settings, I think. Yes. God, this is a long list to have to go through. As the Cowboys now break out upfield. An early shift on play one. I do apologize. I'm just making sure that Daniela was not unnecessarily fully banned. No, it looks like it's all good. Okay. Sorry about that little distraction. The Cowboys full of running here. Asking some early questions of the Melbourne Storm. It was a knock on Cowboys, though. Storm get the scrum. 30 out from their own line. So, yes, Daniela, thank you very much for the super chat. Up to halfway. Josh King. Takes it into Cowboys territory. Chan with the late offload. Or the arrow, sorry. Back to Hughes, who spins out of one. And he's taken a ground 40 metres out in midfield. 2 tackles left. Harry Grant finds some space around dummy half. Not enough space, though. 5th and last. Hughes puts it high. Contestable ball 5 metres out from the Cowboys line. Warbrick takes it above his head. Reaches out and plants it down. And Will Warbrick answers for the Storm and gives us our first tick off the multi. William Warbrick winning the battle in the air. Spins out of the tackle, reaches out and plants it down. Melbourne hit back. Warbrick in the corner. A nice early tick off the multi is always good. Benny West, ahoy, mate. Try confirmed. Boy, it took them some time. I wonder what they were looking at. Probably making sure, obviously, that he remained in the field of play. Now, this is interesting. Harry Grant from the sideline. Can he lock the scores up? Moves in, puts it on target, makes it look absolutely effortless, and it holds its line to sneak through the near upright. 6 apiece, 10 minutes gone. We could have a game on our hands here. Lazar says, go the Storm. I should go for Cowboys, being born in Mount Isa, but not a fan of the Cowboys. Heel Fry says, Harry Grant's a better conversion kicker than Moses. I find his technique, he just makes it look so effortless, Harry Grant. Oh, sorry, try by Will Warbrick for the Storm. First tick off our multi. Cowboys get us back underway. This kickoff is deep, very deep. Munster lets it bounce. And it bounces inside the dead ball line. And the Melbourne Storm have made a mess of another restart. Kicking the ball out on the full, and now Munster has let it bounce. And it stays in the field of play. Goal line dropout incoming. Sua Fa'alongo goes short. Can the Storm claim it back? Oh, yes, they can. Knock on is called, though, against them. Tuimalatu Brown wins the battle in the air, but he can't hold on. Referee has called it a knock on. Cowboys go on the attack. Scrum down, 20 metres out. Clifford feeds it. Dearden in midfield. Drops it off for Taumalolo. Hamish McClellan, ahoy mates. Corey Gibbo says that ball went backwards. Clifford to Dearden. Out the back for Drinkwater. Quick hands for Burns. Burns for the corner. Bumps off a poor attempted tackle from Fa'alongo. And the Cowboys are in again. This is poor defensive effort. Poor defensive effort for the Storm. And it was just pretty poor all round. Munster letting the ball bounce from the kickoff. Set up this opportunity for the Cowboys. Boy, that was a poor attempt at cover tackle from Sua Fa'alongo. Just gets bumped off very easily. Try confirmed. 10 points to 6 with the kick to come. Defense optional in this game, it would seem, for both teams. $10-6. Benny West says hopefully Cowboys stretch the Storm for 80 minutes. What a wild start it's been to this game. This has been a rough weekend for tipping, right? Tigers knocking off the Warriors. Knights knocking off the Bulldogs. Clifford from the sideline. He moves in and, he's pushed it horribly off to the left. That wouldn't have gone over if there were 6 goals side by side. 10 points to 6 it remains. That was atrocious. That conversion attempt was even worse than Faulongo's attempted tackle. Felix, ahoy, mate. Let's see if the Storm rather can get the restart right on this occasion. They send it deep. Dearden takes it, and Cohen Hess running with him. Hess will take the first tackle, 20 metres out. Cowboys shift back into midfield, ever so slightly. Hillam Lukey, 25 out on play 2. Not afraid to throw the ball around tonight. The Cows. Taumalolo through the hands to Clifford. Clifford goes out for McIntyre, who crawls his way over the 40. 2 tackles left. Taumalolo goes again. Takes it into Melbourne's half. And loses the ball. Taumalolo. Penalty, though, to the Cowboys. They had just got a set restart. No advantage. Penalty for an illegal steal. Clifford puts it into touch, and the Cowboys will go on the attack again. Full set of 6, 30 metres out from the line. Where has this been from the Cowboys? $20 metres out. Back into midfield for Taumalolo, who's getting through a mountain of work early. Left edge, they go for Clifford. Takes the line on again. He's backing himself tonight, Jake Clifford. He's a metre short, halfway through the set. Dearden wants it in midfield. Dearden gets it. Short ball for Hess. Hess bends the line, and he's chopped down a metre out. And they've lost it from dummy half. Reid Marnie. Aren't you glad he's not at Parramatta anymore? Reid Marnie has basically said, "Nope, Todd Payton, we need you to be fired, mate. I'm going to drop this ball." What a let-off for the Storm. A huge let-off, that one. Scrum down for Melbourne. 10 out from their own line. And Will Warbrick, 1 out, takes the first hit up. Howarth steals another 10 metres. Tuamalatu Brown up to the 40. Now Faulongo steps his way through half a gap. Tackled on halfway. Just 1 out stuff here for Melbourne. Harry Grant kicks on tackle 4. Finding space in behind the Cowboys. From halfway, puts it into touch inside the Cowboys' red zone. Just slows the play down a little bit. They'll bring it back into midfield here for the play the ball. But nice little kick there from Harry Grant. Just trying to swing momentum for the Melbourne Storm, who have not started this game very well at all. They were pretty bang average last week, and they've started this game pretty poorly as well. As Cletus Cotter slides across the turf to the 30-metre line. Taumalolo out the back for Dearden. Drinkwater takes a late pass. Brings it up to the 40. Short side they stay for Dearden. One-on-one with Harry Grant. Grant holds him up on the halfway line. 5th and last for the Cowboys. Drinkwater to Clifford in midfield. Puts this one high. It's going to land about 10 out from Melbourne's line. They let it bounce, and it bounces kindly for them. Luckily, over the dead ball line. Were they not watching last night? What can happen when you let the ball bounce? The miscommunication at the back by the Dolphins that was the final blow in the battle for Brisbane. Risky business there, letting that ball bounce. They get away with it, Melbourne. And they're in decent field position now on play 2. Munster with a carry up to halfway. Utikimanu into the Cowboys half he goes. 40 metres out midfield. Grant with that one-handed scoop up that he does that drives me crazy. You hate to see that as a coach. Munster, the goose step, can't get on the outside, and he's wrapped up 20 metres out just to the left of the post. 5th and last for the Storm. They go short side. Angling back in is old McDonald. And he goes to ground 10 metres out from the Cowboys line. That'll be a handover. And now the Cowboys with the early shift again. Clifford goes straight through for another line break. Not afraid to throw it around. And Jake Clifford is tearing the Storm defence a new one tonight. Where has this form been? And now he goes through again. Drinkwater this time. Tackle 2. Front foot ball. Dearden. Inside ball for Cletus. And Cotter goes to ground. 30 metres out. Talmalolo carries it inside the 20. Breaks the tackle. Goes to ground. 15 metres out midfield. A retreating defensive line here. Dearden to Drinkwater. Huge cutout pass to Burns. And what a tackle. Tuamalata Brown makes the hit that needed to be made. And Burns is told to go back to the mark. 5th and last for the Cowboys. Drinkwater kicks in front of the post. It's going to land 5 out. Clifford scoops it up. Clifford dives over the line, but this is a penalty to the Storm. The kick chase was offside. And whilst the try might not be awarded, or definitely isn't awarded, Jakey Clifford is having a day out. He has been immense. Melbourne with a huge let-off here. Fine touch. 25 out from their own line. Jake Clifford has been impressive. We saw Jock Madden have a blinder for the Tigers against the Warriors last night. Some good performances from these number sixes that you don't expect. Harry Grant wrangled down from dummy half. Uitikimanu on halfway. And some post-contact meters takes them into Cowboys territory again. Short side. Sees Jerome Hughes hit the ball at pace. Cuts back in field. Beats Drinkwater. The cover defense brings him down 5 out. Jerome Hughes on the 5th and last. Goes left for Munster. Balongo is taken down. Set restart. They're inside the 10. Melbourne, a golden opportunity here to perhaps take the lead. King, 5 metres out. Just to the left of post. Another set restart. Grant to Munster from a standing start. 5 metres out. Right in front of the posts. 2 tackles gone. Grant goes right for Hughes. Short ball. Hits the chest of the runner angling back in. That was Joe Chan, who cops a high shot, and that's a penalty for Melbourne. Joey Chan would have been a good one. That would have been another tick off my multi. So they just slow play down here. Penalty to the Storm. They tap and go. 10 metres out. Trent Liero. The Cowboys, can they hold on? Munster for Hughes. Right they go. Faulongo. 2-on-1. But they can't get the ball out wide. The Cowboys defense slides and covers. Chan on the inside line, 5 metres out. Halfway through the set, Hughes back into midfield. Utikimanu switches direction, heads back towards the right edge. And he's held up a metre out. 2 tackles left. Harry Grant for Hughes. Munster, short ball from McDonald. And it's well read by the Cowboys. 5th and last. Set restart. Forget about the 5th and last. It's another 6 again. Harry Grant's brought down, 5 out from the line. But it's more pressure. The Cowboys, ill-disciplined late in the tackle counts. Moses Leo goes close. Out the back for Liero. Hughes now fires a cutout pass that hits the chest of Will Warbrick. And Will Warbrick will score a double. Warbrick gets 2. Melbourne have locked the scores up. Kick to come. A little too easy in the end. Melbourne with a conversion attempt to perhaps take the lead. Cat Lego, ahoy mates. Yes, another high-scoring match in store for us. It does look like. We've seen a bundle of points already. As Rage 13, thank you very much for the rose. That is appreciated. Oops, I nearly dropped my phone. That is appreciated. As the try has been confirmed. $16.5 left in this opening 40. Warbrick with 2 tries. Harry Grant. A little closer this time. Moves in, makes it look effortless once again, and puts it down the middle. Harry Grant gives the Melbourne Storm the lead. 12 points to 10. Craig Bellamy still can't crack a smile. All right, quick break. I'll be right back. Oh. I've got a visitor. Zach Labert's gone on report. Melbourne from the kickoff. What's wrong, huh? You can't get comfy. Probably got an upset tummy. Melbourne back up to the 40 now. Crucial set of 6 after points. 5th and last. Back for Hughes from inside the 40. Sends it deep. The Cowboys are back for it, though. It's Taulagi. Fires the pass infield for Drinkwater. Drinkwater tries to step off the right boot and slips. And he's taken down on the 10 as he dropped the ball. Scott Drinkwater has dropped the ball as he slips. What an opportunity here for the Storm. Oh, the ball was knocked out by Stefano. What an opportunity this is for Melbourne, though. Big mistake from Drinkwater. Melbourne could make them pay. Scrum down. 10 metres out. Midfield. Left they go. Grant out the back for Falongo. From a standing start, he goes in and away. Gets the offload to Tuimalata Brown. Sorry, I got tongue-tied. And Brown's been taken over the sideline on tackle 1. Oh, Melbourne get that all horribly wrong. Inexperience from Tuimalatu Brown. Didn't get him, well, inexperience from Falongo as well to pop that pass back up. Although he was on his way over the sideline himself, in fairness. Oh, Craig Bellamy's furious. As you would expect. Furious at that. Play one from the scrum. Gifted possession. And they've now just handed it back to the Cowboys. That was really considerably poor effort. Cletus Cotter takes it up to the 20 for the Cowboys. 13 and a half left in this opening 40. And a topsy-turvy game. Looks like we might have a lot of points in it. McKaylee up to halfway, or just short. Marnie goes quickly. He's got Drinkwater, puts a big fend on, and goes into the Storm's half. Fifth and last. Marnie goes short side for Dearden. Kicks from halfway, and it's going to go in goal for Suafalongo, who has jumped from the field of play, says the referee. So no catching goal, no 7-tackle set. Falongo brings it out to the 20, and that's a good call. A little bit of inexperience again there from Suafalongo. He'll get there. He'll absolutely get there. But some poor decision-making tonight and just a lack of execution. Short side on play 4, Munster from inside the 40. Angles it to the opposite side of the field. Finds some space. Taulungi racing back. He'll take it 15 metres out and wind up. Bringing it back into midfield to the 20. Heart ticker. Ahoy, mates. Cowboys putting up a fight. I guess you could say that they're showing some heart. They're showing some ticker. Or, yeah, putting up a fight, of course. 30 metres out from their own line, the Cowboys. 12 points to 10 in favour of Melbourne. Just the missed conversion. The only difference between the two teams. McKaylee bends the line and takes it into Melbourne's half. Fifth and last. Clifford from halfway puts it up. Contestable ball will land 20 metres out. Warbrick takes it and surrenders in the tackle. E.B. Williams, ahoy, mate. You've got Falongo, Purdue, and Chan. Yeah, I've got Channy Boy in mine as well. Talking about my underrated 13. Joe Chan would be in there. Munster shows it inside. Goes outside for Cooper Clark. And high contact. Oh, no. HIA. One of the Storm is off for HIA, I do believe, and it's Karma Chameleon getting ready to come onto the field. Moses Leo, it looks like, is off for the HIA. Hughes on the fifth and last from halfway. Bounces it just inside the touchline, and it goes into touch 5 metres out. And yeah, there it is. Moses Leo, a little too front on. E.B. Williams says, thoughts on Talty with his magic pass. Oh, I love me some Ben Talty. I'll tell you what, when I put together this video with my underrated team, Ben Talty is starting to get noticed, starting to build a reputation. He's definitely going to be in the conversation. Love me some Talty. Dearden, cut out pass on the chest of Labert. And they're back in Melbourne's territory here, the Cowboys. Fifth and last. Dearden from 40 out, puts it high down the middle of the field. Contestable ball here on the 20. Warbrick spills it forward, and then the Cowboys spill it forward. It'll be a double knock on and a result for North Queensland. 9.5 left in this opening 40. Off the well, has it hit first? The upper arm of Sam McIntyre. Melbourne are going to captain's challenge anyway. Captain's challenge here, the call of knock on. It might have brushed the upper arm of Sam McIntyre first before hitting the chest of Warbrick. Yes, what a challenge that was. What a captain's challenge. It looks like this one's going to get overturned. Challenge successful, and Melbourne come away with it. They dodge another bullet. Nine and a half left in this opening 40. Storm leading 12 points to 10. Captain's challenge, always a good opportunity to pour another one. Another one for the lads. Munster in midfield. Goes out the back for Hughes. Faulongo wrapping around. Numbers out to the left. Warbrick in space. One-on-one with Purdue. Purdue does well to hold on and bring him down. 40 metres out from the Cowboys line. Loose pass back into midfield. Dived on by the Storm. A waste of a tackle, that one. But they've still got possession. Hughes with the drop-off for Chan. Fifth and last. 30 metres out. Hughes wants it in midfield. Heads back short side. They're going to run here. It opens up for Harry Grant. Back inside for Hughes. Puts the grubber kick out wide, looking for Warbrick. But Murray Taulagi dives on it. A metre out from their own try line. Enterprising stuff there on the fifth and last from the Melbourne Storm. 8 minutes left until the halftime break. You know what? I need, you know what I need here in the studio? I need a producer to control all the buttons for me, and I need a waitress. Cutout pass, hits the chest of Helam Lukey. Helam Lukey's in space, but it's been called back for a forward pass. The Cowboys throwing caution to the wind. And it hasn't quite executed for them on this occasion. Tikimonu's off the field at the moment, yes. Ayrton, 1. Thank you very much for the roses on TikTok as the Cowboys don't pack the scrum. Penalty to Melbourne. Munster taps and goes quickly, but no, come back to the mark, son, says the referee. Are they going to have a shot at 2 here, the Storm? No, they're going to call the scrum again, of course. Ahipara 405 says Storm fullback needs a lock-in first. And there is the Storm fullback. Sua Faulongo, 25 metres out. He takes tackle 1. Karma Chameleon in midfield. Stands in the 2-man tackle. 20 metres out in front of the post. Munster. The drop-off inside for Cooper Clark. Easily read. Munster goes out the back for Hughes. Hughes surrenders in the... Well, he stalls the play. He didn't really surrender in the tackle, but he just stopped running. Lacking direction at the moment here, the Storm. So Joe Chan says, I'll have a crack. Drives towards the line. And Joe Chan is taken down a metre out. Fifth and last. Grant to Hughes. Dummies. Steps back in field off the left. He's held up. Back for Grant. Puts the crossfield kick in. And it's battered dead by Braden Burns for a goal line dropout. $12 points to 10. 5.5 remaining in this opening 40. Cowboys go short with the restart. Well, short-ish. It's going to land about 20 metres out. And an easy take for Tuimalatu Brown. 20 metres out from the Cowboys line. 5 minutes until the break. Can they extend this lead? Grant goes the short ball to King. Josh King taken down a metre out. Halfway through the set already here, the Storm. Munster in midfield. At the back for Hughes. Gives it to Faulongo, who angles back in field. 10 metres out on play 4. Karma Chameleon. On the crash ball. 5 out, just to the right of the post. Last play here for Melbourne. Hughes. Kicks it over the top. The high ball for Tuimalatu Brown, who takes it. Fires the no-look pass back in field for Wishart. Wishart gets away from the from the tackle. Slips. Gets up to go again. And he goes to ground a couple of meters out from the line. And we're having a look. The crossfield kick from Harry Grant. The referee wants to have a look here at potentially Tuimalatu Brown being taken out in the air. Harry Grant puts the crossfield kick in. Okay, the Cowboys player takes his eyes off the ball, focuses on the man, wraps his arms around him while he's still in the air. This could very well be a penalty try. Decision pending. No try, but it is going to be a penalty. Well, they could not dare give that a penalty try after what we saw Reece Walsh do to the hammer last night. That would have opened up a huge can of worms as to inconsistency of the ruling. Penalty goes to the Storm. Tackling the player midair. Wishart puts it into touch 5 meters out. Four minutes left until the break. Munster wants it in midfield. Very predictable stuff from Munster tonight. Need to see some of that X factor. Back inside he goes for Joe Chan to have another crack at it. Tackle 2 just to the left of the post. Grant with Cooper Clark running a good line back in field. Taking a meter out from the line. Halfway through the set already. Grant goes right for Hughes. Goes out the back for Faulongo. Steps off the right. Steps again. Sua Faulongo reaches out and plants it down. There's the try. There's the try. There's the X factor. Faulongo gives us our tick off the multi. $16 points to 10 with the kick to come. And it's tick number 2. Gamer Mel's happy. Oh, somebody on the TikTok just won their multi on the back of this one. Sua steps off the right once, twice. Reaches out and plants it down. E.B. Williams needs Chan and Purdue. Sua Faulongo just iced some multis in the chat. You love to see it as the try is confirmed. And with a relatively simple conversion incoming, Melbourne to take a rather comfortable lead into the halftime break, all things considering. It's only 8 points, of course. Should Harry Grant kick it, he's actually a bit further out than I realised. But based on the way that this half has gone, large chunks of it dominated by the Cowboys, and a mistake-ridden first half for the Storm, they'll be more than happy with 8 points. If Harry Grant can pop this one over, he's missed it. He's missed it, and it remains 16 points to 10. Like I said, it was a little bit further out than I realised, but he probably still should have kicked it. And it was a dead set shocker. 16 points to 10, though. Melbourne lead. And they'll be happy enough with that. Given the way that this first half's gone, they're going to cop an absolute bollocking in the sheds at halftime. Craig Bellamy will be furious. You just know it. Inside the final 2 minutes of the half, Clifford gets us back underway. Sends it deep over to that right corner for Hughes. Hughes has got King, I believe, with him there. E.B. Williams, yes, Kieran Foran, the new interim coach for Manly. He'll be seeing the year out. And yes, they've been having meetings with Mick Innes. I expect Mick Innes to get announced officially as Stefano Atikamanu hobbles down the tunnel. That could very well be the last we see of Stefano tonight. Munster, dummies inside, dummies outside, takes it up to halfway. So Kieran Foran has been named interim coach, and they've been having meetings with Mick Innes, so anticipate to see Mick Innes named at some stage between now and the end of the year, if they can work out a deal to officially take over as the head coach. Next season, probably. But they needed somebody to fill in for the rest of this season, so Kieran Foran's as good a choice as anybody, I suppose. When it's just on a short-term basis like that, you can get pretty much anybody, can't you? And Kieran Foran will have some passion for the club, no doubt. This season's a write-off for Manly anyway, so yeah, why not give him a shot? Short side for Clifford. Clifford goes to McIntyre. Bumps off one. Gives it back in field for Drinkwater. Drinkwater's got Peter Griffin-Neame on the field. 2 tackles left. 10 seconds to go. Nice short ball there from Drinkwater. Opens up the Storm defense. Tackled 5 meters out from the line. Was a very, very big unit. And that will be the halftime break. 16 points to 10. Melbourne. They won't be pleased, but they do have the lead. Delhi, thank you very much for the rose over there on TikTok. Much appreciated. But yeah, Cameron Munster has just been going through the motions. Doesn't have that same unpredictability about his game. 16 points to 10 at the break. Melbourne getting the job done just at the moment. But yeah, interesting times at Manly. I tell you what, we thought it was odds on that Todd Payten would be the first coach to get the sack. Anthony Seibold, of course, I think, in fairness, he definitely done his time at Manly. They definitely needed a change. They need a change. They need to blow up that entire roster and start again. Like, for some players, it's probably time to move on, in fairness. So, yeah, why wait? Why wait? Stellan, Nakant. Go Cameron Munster, my favourite player. You know, I actually did a song for Cameron Munster. I should share the link in the chat rooms. It's on the Wasted World of Sports YouTube anyway. I wonder if you search Wasted World of Sports Cameron Munster, if it'd come up. If you're into like old school 80s heavy metal and you're into Cameron Munster, you might enjoy the song that we created for him. I'll see if it comes up. Cameron Munster, wasted world of sports. Yeah, well, anyway, it's called Cameron Munster, the Money Man. And it's on the Wasted World of Sports YouTube channel. If you're into, like, old school 80s heavy metal and you're into Cameron Munster, check it out. Game ML says it's the last video on the channel. Yes, the last actual uploaded video. I am going to fix that this year, though. I promise. Channel members on YouTube, I know that nobody has actually said anything to me like, where's our exclusive videos? But I do promise I will get around to making some at some point. Some members only exclusives, behind the scenes type stuff, a little bit of a history of the channel, because it goes back a lot further than one would probably realize. So yes, I promise that some of that stuff is coming up in the year ahead. Carter on the TikTok, where am I from? Australia or New Zealand? Okay, so I am half Irish, half Maori, born in Australia, but support the All Blacks because of all the time I spent with my the Polynesian side of my family growing up. Got me into the All Blacks, even though I was born here in Australia. Which actually explains a hell of a lot about me. That's what I always say to people. It's like, Dan, you can drink like a machine. It's like, well, yeah, Irish, Kiwi, Aussie. Forget about it. Matty Colkin, thank you very much for the heart me over there on TikTok. Chiefs 14-7 at halftime versus the Force. Lomax might be playing next week versus the Reds. Yes, indeed. The big news to come out of that first half is Stefano Utikamanu. The last sight that we saw was him hobbling down the tunnel. So that could very well be the last that we see of Stefano tonight out on the field anyway. Stalin Nakant. Good night, mates. Thanks for jumping on and hanging out with us tonight. Very much appreciated. Couple of games tomorrow as well. We've got the Raiders versus the Sharks. Oh, no. You just traded him into your fantasy team. See, that's one of the most frustrating things that can happen with fantasy. It's also pretty frustrating for the people who have got him in the multis as well. Spuddies, AU, Melbourne and Penrith are protected by the refs in the NRL. Reece Walsh says hi. Talking about players that are protected. Heel Fries, welcome back. Big Bad Ads. So many of us Aussies are part Irish. Probably explains the drinking culture. And yeah, I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it, given the history of this country? Formula One on this weekend too, of course. Kimi Antonelli has once again out-qualified his teammate George Russell. It is a Mercedes 1-2, as expected. But Kimi Antonelli could be a championship battle this season. Teammates, Mercedes teammates, battling it out once again. A throwback to the Lewis Hamilton and what's his name days. Oh God, he's on the commentary every single race. I can't believe that his name escapes me. Lazar, you were in a short film once where you played a racist Aussie bogan. The director of the film is Maori. He is great to work with. He told me that I reminded him of Jake the Muss from Once Were Warriors. Very nice, very nice. Is there any footage of that anywhere, Lazza, by chance? That'd be worth checking out. There's plenty of old footage of me from my old TV show, Bogans on the Run. Those were the good old days. Yeah. See, people ask me, and they're like, "Oh, the people that enjoy hanging out here on the Waste to Water Sports, they always say to me, Dan, were you ever interested in doing the commentary thing on TV?" And no, I'm not. And I guess it is because of my history in television. Like, it wasn't like a big famous show or anything that I hosted, but yeah, it was on TV, late night television over in America and Canada, and it was a good lot of fun, but it's not a world that I would like to go back into. I much rather live in by my own rules here on social media. No agendas, no rules to follow. And I'd get in too many fights with the other panelists anyway. The way that the TV commentators just fawn over Reece Walsh whenever the ball even hints at going in his direction. And then he'll knock it on or make some sort of mistake. And look, in fairness, he does do some good stuff. I'm not trying to take that away from him. But the way that they just spill their load over the guy every time the ball goes anywhere near him, I'd have a lot of arguments with the rest of the commentary team. So who knows? That might be fun to see. I can imagine that if I was on Fox, Big Gordy and I would have some verbal stoushes. Because, boy, Gordon Tallis, he comes out with some nonsense. So, yeah, tomorrow, doubleheader coming up. Sharks versus the Raiders. That's going to be a tough one for the Sharks. It's almost, even though we're only in round 4, I feel like it's a must-win for both teams. Both teams are in a very similar position in terms of where their season's headed, and the Sharks have just been dreadfully disappointing. So it's pretty much must-win territory. And then Titans versus the Dragons. I think the Sharks and Raiders could be a very good game. But, yeah, Titans-Dragons, that'll be a dire old match, won't it? But we'll be covering it. And I should have some company here for that game, just to get me through it. So, yeah, we'll be back again tomorrow. King Glock's bigger. You're so sad the Bulldogs' attack is non-existent. They've been disappointed, haven't they? It's crazy to think that, like, the Knights won that game so comprehensively. I was talking about it last night on the streams, that the Bulldogs are struggling to score points. We saw it last year as well. Like, they're winning games, but struggling to score points. So what that means is exactly what we saw. If there's a couple of tries against the run of play, you've got a chance at beating them. Lazza says, don't hate, meditate in 2020. That was the film. Ah, nice one. Yeah, we'll have to check that one out, Lazza. and check out your character, the racist Aussie bogan. All right, Waste of Water Sports crew, I'm going to have a quick break before this second half gets underway. Teams will be due back out there very, very shortly. Melbourne Storm leading 16-10. Can they go on with the job? I'm sure that Craig Bellamy will be putting a rocket up them at halftime. Will they respond? And the Cowboys just need to fix some of the execution errors that they've been making, and they'll be well in this contest as well. So, interesting second half coming up. Here come the teams out for the second half. Melbourne leading by 6. Can they go on with the job? I still need Joe Chan, and I still need Murray Taulagi. But going into halftime, 2 legs down, it's always a pretty good position to be in. Let's see if they've offered me a cash out, incidentally. I get the most insulting cash out offers. Yes. And once again, halftime, I've got 2 legs ticked off, and they have offered me a $5.84 cash out. Once again, an insulting offer. They never give me good ones, though. I think my account is probably flagged. They're like, this guy lets the bets ride anyway, so. And he puts so many on. Keep the cash out offers low. Second half about to get underway. Storm, Cowboys, Storm up by 6. And it is Melbourne who will get first use of it. And then we'll be back live again tomorrow. Raiders, Sharks, Titans, Dragons. Referee blows the whistle, and off we go. Clifford gets us underway, sends the kickoff deep. And it's taken by Hughes on the goal line, and Josh King running with him. Tackled on the 10-metre line. Megan, ahoy there. You only need Taulagi to score and Melbourne to win. Well, since I need Taulagi for mine as well, we'll definitely be cheering that one on. And Melbourne should probably win, you would think. Here is Kalmakamitha bringing it up outside the 30. Balongo in at first receiver. Dances off the left once, twice, 3 times. Space for Chan now, up over halfway. Spills the ball. Drinkwater has it at the back for the Cowboys. Counter-attack is on. And he's held up on halfway, but Melbourne looking threatening there in the opening set. Suafa Alongo. 3 steps back to back to back off that left boot. And Joe Chan just couldn't hold on. Boy, I'm glad that the try line wasn't wide open or anything when he's in our multis and all. Cowboys are definitely up for this fight. NRLAU, for sure. Clifford with the short ball for McKaylee, who stands in the tackle. 30 metres out from the line. Clifford has looked dangerous every time he touches the ball. And that's tackle 5. He fights his way away from the defence. They thought he was held and dropped off him, and he just pinched another 10 metres. 5th and last, Dearden. Short ball for Lukey. Hillam Lukey goes to ground. And that will be a handover 5 metres out from the line. Not sure that Helam Luki knew that there was fifth and last. Melbourne back in possession. As Jack Howarth, a very forlorn-looking sight there on the bench. His night is done. Ruled out with a hip injury. And a penalty to Melbourne inside their own 10 here. Oh, yes, swinging arm, high contact. Player was falling. High tackle. Yeah, Jackie Howarth off the field, hip injury, ruled out for the night. Cowboys player, Helam Luki it was, on report for that tackle. Hughes finds touch just outside the 20. Not a lot of distance on that kick. Now some post-contact meters from Cooper Clark. Ends up getting driven backwards. Wishart at first receiver. Drops it off for Karma Chameleon. Up over halfway he goes. Some good post-contact leg drive there from Karma Kamitha. The man who cost the Melbourne Storm the grand final last year, by the way. Way too lackadaisical with his attempted put down. Munster plays the ball quickly. Wishart out the back for Hughes. Faulongo wrapping around. Creates space. Out wide to the right. The early pass to Warbrick leaves him a lot of work to do, but he does it well. Puts the big fend on. Runs around under the posts. And Will Warbrick bags a hat-trick. We've already got you ticked off, mate. Give it to somebody else. 20 points to 10 with the kick to come. Will Warbrick, isn't he having a day out? And it was Sua Faulongo sweeping around the back, which created the extra man. And just really simple stuff. We saw it in the Panthers game as well, with Dylan Edwards sneaking off down the blind side, sweeping around the back of play to create the extra man. It's just such basic stuff, but they executed it so well on this occasion. Warbrick, you feel like he got that pass too early. He still had a mountain of work to do, but he finished it off to perfection. 3 tries for Will Warbrick. Melbourne. Maybe Melbourne just needed Michelle in the chat room because they haven't been playing very well until she showed up, and then that's been their best play all night. Michelle, Melbourne Storm's good luck charm. Five minutes gone in this second half. 20 points to 10, kick to come. Will Warbrick, his 4th career hat-trick as Harry Grant hits the post and bounces away. A dead-set shocker. And it might be time for Harry Grant to hand over the goal-kicking duties. His past couple attempts have been atrocious. 20 points to 10 it remains. 5 minutes gone in the second half. Max on TikTok says, pass it to Joe Chan. Yes, I agree. We need Joe Chan over. We need Murray Taulungi over. Cowboys get us back underway. Kickoff. Lands on the goal line for Hughes. Hughes has got King with him again. And King will be taken to ground eventually. Nope, he holds his feet 10 metres out from their own line. The Storm. Here is Joe Chan. Carries it back into midfield and brings it outside the red zone. Karma Chameleon takes on Dearden. Dearden, like a gnat, he holds on. And he's put on his back halfway through the set. Wishart, dummies. Takes it up to halfway. Post-contact meters out the wazoo there for Wishart. And a 6 again. The Cowboys were inside the 10 meters. Munster switches direction. Straightens the attack. Stands on the 40-meter line. Grant goes left for Karma Chameleon. Goes straight up the middle. 30 metres out in midfield. 3 tackles gone. Grant goes short side. Munster dummies in, goes out. And Melbourne enter the red zone. Wishart heading across field. Back for Hughes, who steps off the right boot. And goes to ground. 15 out, 5th and last. And Harry Grant knocks it on from dummy half. Trying to get a little too fancy, and Craig Bellamy can't bear to watch. Craig Bellamy, much like Jason Riles in the last game, his head is in his hands. He can't believe what he's witnessing. That is not a mistake that you see very often from somebody the caliber of Harry Grant. The Cowboys have got to take advantage here. Staying down, trying to milk the penalty here is Farmer Drinkwater. And a penalty is given. Kenzie Walker, ahoy! And fair enough too, that penalty. High contact. You can see the red mark on Drinkwater's forehead. Cowboys finding touch. 40 out from the Storm line. Taulagi taps and goes. 20 points to 10. 8 gone in the second half. Clifford has to reach forward for that pass. Does well to hold on. And Matt Lodge is on the field. Slow play the ball. Drinkwater at first receiver to McKaylee, who spins out of the first tackle. And he goes to ground 15 metres out here. Dearden out the back for Clifford. Keeping the ball alive now for Purdue, who's tripped up 10 out from the line. Marnie brings it back into centre field for Dearden. Dummies twice. Runs in behind his own man. Has to surrender in the tackle. Set restart, though, for the Cowboys. Here they come. Clifford to Purdue. Tries to spin out of the tackle of Warbrick. Warbrick wrestles him to ground. 10 metres from the line. Back into midfield for Lodge. Lodge gives it off to Peter Griffin-Neame. And Neame's put on his back. 5 out. Marnie takes a couple of steps. The short ball deflects off a Melbourne hand, but it's knocked on first. McKaylee spills it a metre out from the try line. And it will be a handover here, or scrum down, to the Melbourne Storm. What a let-off. A loose carry from Thomas McKaylee. And a simple handover. Tizzo 101. Cheers, mate, for the kind words. Yes, on the Captain Morgan's, my favourite. Spiced rum. Beautiful. Melbourne back in possession. Carrying it out of their own red zone. Short side. Wateri. Oh, nice. JD and VB. What an interesting mix. King brings it up to the 40. Hughes, quick ball down the short side. Can't find a gap. 2 tackles left, or actually that's the 5th and last now on halfway. Hughes rushes the kick away. Backing up to take it is Drinkwater on his own 10, or Labert, sorry. Fires the pass over for Burns, who gets away from 1. And he brings it outside the 20. Cowboys back in possession. Berkey, the Panthers were big winners in the game against the Eels. What was the final score? I think it was something along the lines of 48-20 or thereabouts. Yeah. Short side. Drinkwater. Cut out pass to nobody. It sets up, though, for Purdue on the sideline. Drinkwater into dummy half. Fires it over for Marnie. Drops it off inside for McKaylee, who spins. Keeps it alive. And Peter Griffin-Neame taking a ground. 5th and last. 40 metres out in midfield. Dearden Puts it high. It's going to land 10 out from the line. Falongo's under it. Drops it under the kick chase presser of Zach Labert. He heard the footsteps. He took a cheeky little look and he spills it cold. The Cowboys are not done just yet. Great kick chase pressure from Zach Labert. And a mistake from Stuart Falongo. Here's an opportunity and a half for the Cows. As Warbrick goes on report for something that obviously happened a few plays ago. Dearden heads across field, links up. And we've got a penalty for the Melbourne Storm inside the 10. As Drinkwater it was who went to ground in the tackle. I've accidentally just switched the game off because I'm a goose. Hey, here's some good news for the Melbourne Storm. I see a big man wandering the sideline. Stefano Uitikimanu might just be ready to come back on the field at some stage. Quick hands here. Labert taps it on for Murray Taulagi, who scores in the corner. And it's another tick off the multi. Some slick hands from the scrum by the Cowboys. And it is tapped on to Taulagi, who is unmarked on this left edge. Was it Labert who did the tap on? Let's have a look at the replay. Drinkwater holds the pass up beautifully. It might have been Purdue, actually. Whoever it was who tapped it on, God bless you, sir, because that is a tick off my multi. One leg to go, and it's Joe Chan. That's probably going to be the hardest leg to hit. Will Warbrick guilty of jamming in there? Unnecessary. He should have just held back, stayed on his man. But he was guilty of rushing up. And that's an easy finish for Murray Taulagi. User-friendly, you need Moses Leo. We are so close here on this one. 26 minutes for Joe Chan. Some subs now for the Cowboys. Lodge is off. Peter Griffin-Neame is off. I want to say that it was Jackson Purdue who did the tap on to Taulagi. Clifford from the sideline puts it on target, but it is picked up in the breeze and it's bending and it bends away. It remains 20 points to 14. The Red Knight to Hoy Mate. "25 minutes left to play. A much needed try for the Cowboys. The Storm very slow to get this back underway. Dearden takes the kickoff, and who's he got running with him? McKaylee, I believe. And it is McKaylee who carries it out to the 20. Big try, that one, for the Cowboys. There we go. It was Purdue. Taulagi center, and they go this edge again. Trying to create some space. Taulagi standing infield and Purdue out on the wing. Down the short side, Drinkwater steps in and away. Gets away from Hughes and goes into Melbourne's half. 2 tackles left. Building nicely here. Marnie to Dearden. Dearden fires it over for McKaylee, who spins in contact. Tries to get the pass back. Does. But it's too late. Fifth and last, Drinkwater puts it high from halfway. It's going to land 10 metres out from the line. Warbrick spills it forward. It's been towed ahead by Alec McDonald. They've made a mess of it in the end goal as well, the Storm. But eventually they get the ball grounded. Oh, it's all going to hell in a handbasket very rapidly here for Melbourne. They are under pressure. Through the legs of Wataya. Goal line dropout incoming. Oh, scrum. Actually, we've gone back for the scrum. Cowboys feed. The first infringement was knock on by Will Warbrick. And they will have the scrum just to the left of the post, 10 metres out. Back into midfield for Dearden. Shifting it right for Drinkwater. Drinkwater onto Labert, who goes to ground inside the 10. Marnie at first receiver again. The drop off to Taumalolo. Stands in the two-man tackle. Big Taumalolo just to the right of the post. Clifford out the back for Dearden. Inside ball for Purdue. Halfway through the set. Not asking any questions just yet. Taumalolo at first receiver to Dearden as they go right. Drinkwater shifts the pass on and they've dropped it cold. The Cowboys. Melbourne off the hook without even being asked a question. Some simple drop ball tonight. I believe that was Labert, but I didn't catch a number. Could have been Helam Lukey. Now that I see the replay. Either way, it was not good at all. Melbourne. Scrum inside their own red zone. 22 and a half minutes left to play. Leading by 6. But again, just not playing well. They're just not. We saw it all last year. Melbourne Storm just never quite clicked into gear. And we've seen it this year as well. They've just not quite clicked. Something's missing for the Storm, who have now come up with a mistake of their own. A dropped ball gifts possession straight back to the Cowboys. And big Stefano Uitikimanu back on the field. But maybe not at 100%. Craig Bellamy is pissed. Boy, he's furious. They have just gifted possession straight back to the Cowboys here. 30 metres out from their own line. 4 from 8. Their second half completions have been at 50%. Remember how atrocious they were in the second half against the Broncos last week? Well, they're equally, if not more atrocious this week. 50% completion rate. As Cletus Cotter has his pants pulled down, that's more of his ass crack than I ever wanted to see. Dearden bumps off the first tackle. 10 metres out in midfield. Marnie goes left for Taumalolo. Gives it to Clifford, who beats the first tackle again. Clifford, a couple of metres out. 2 tackles left. Dearden sees space out to the right. Drinkwater, Grubbers back in field. Straight to Suafaolongo, but they're inside the 10. It's a penalty to the Cowboys. Still plenty of time in this contest. A quarter of the game left to go. The Cowboys are building pressure nicely. Cameron Munster can't believe that there's a penalty here for inside the 10. Burns with the tap and go. 2 metres out just to the left of the posts. He's told to go back to the mark and play it 5 metres out. So he tried to steal some space there. Lukey has the ball stolen one-on-one by Munster, and Munster runs away out to the 20. Oh, Cameron Munster steps up in a big moment and pulls off a big, big play. Ayrton, thank you very much for the rose over there on TikTok. And they've spilt the ball at dummy half again here, the Storm. Lucky to regather it. Oh, boy, this is some tough work here for the Storm. Shadow, thank you very much for the heart me. And Tizzo, 101 for the rose. Ayrton with another rose. Cheers for the support over there on TikTok, everybody. Shadow, ahoy, mate. Fifth and last on halfway. Hughes puts the ball high. He's going to land at 5 out from the Cowboys line. Drinkwater takes it and heads across field back in front of his posts. Easy target, though, running sideways. 19 minutes left to play. 6 points difference from dummy half. Finding some space. I believe that was Purdue. Now Cohen Hess, who's back on for another stint. It's the Cowboys now up to the 40-meter line. Dearden, not afraid to take on the line. Fifth and last. Clifford runs it to halfway, puts a high swirling bomb up. A tester here at the back for Warbrick, who lets it bounce. Bounces back into the end goal, and he gets away from the first tackle, gets away from the second, straightens and brings it out to the 20. Boy, it was risky to let it bounce. But he has certainly made something out of it there, big Will Warbrick. Poor Craig Bellamy would have been having a heart attack up in the coach's box. Paolongo from a standing start. 18 minutes left to play. Boy, it's been a rough weekend for tipping. Reed Marnie off the field as Melbourne go up to halfway. Late offload back for Grant. Gives it to Hughes. Hughes from a standing start accelerates through half a gap. Fifth and last. 40 out. Munster puts it high. Not a lot of distance. It'll land on the Cowboys 20. And what a take flying through the air. Braden Burns. And, well, Braden Burns looked like he knocked it on. Everybody's missed that one. 17 minutes to play. 6 points the difference. The Cowboys with all the momentum at the moment. Dearden takes it into the Storm's half. Fires the cutout pass wide to the right. Trying to create some space. Burns goes to ground. 40 out. Drinkwater. Puts it high off the left boot. It's going to land 15 out. Paolongo spills it behind. And it's picked up now and racing away as Joe Chan. Chan's got Paolongo in support. Heads for the outside. Up over halfway. Just Drinkwater to beat. Drinkwater comes across and cuts him down. 30 metres out from the line. Front foot ball. Warbrick goes down the short side. And he's taken 15 out. Paolongo into dummy half. Fires it across to Hughes in midfield, who then sends it on to Harry Grant, who shifts it back for Munster. Munster from a standing start takes it to the 10. Set restart here for the Storm, I believe, because that's only tackle 2. Hughes. The short ball for the Aero. I think it is there. 5 metres out. Right in front of the posts. And it was the Aero. Grant goes wide for Hughes. Runs in behind Munster and surrenders in the tackle. A wasted play there for the Storm. Grant heads across field, links up with Utikimanu, bumps off one, gets the pass back for Grant. Grant spins out of another tackle, but he's going backwards now. Fires it over for Paolongo, beats the tackle, and Sua Paolongo dragged down from behind by Purdue, a metre out from the line. Cutout pass from dummy half, hits the chest of Will Warbrick. Magical play there. Was that Harry Grant? Surely it was. Heads up play. Harry Grant throws a 3-man cutout ball 15 metres across the face of the goal line defence from dummy half to Will Warbrick on the edge. And Warbrick gets another one. For the love of God, Will Warbrick, you've got enough tries. Give it to Joe Chan. $24 points to 14. Kick to come, and it was Harry Grant. A metre out from the line. Saw that Murray Taulagi was a long way infield. And he throws a three-man cutout ball that hits the chest of Warbrick on the sideline. That's one of the most glorious passes I've ever seen. Harry Grant take a bow. 14 minutes left to play. Storm up by 10. Warbrick does the point to Harry. That's your try, mate. Even though I scored it, that's all you. Warbrick scores his fourth. $24-14. Kick to come from out wide. Harry Grant. 50% success rate tonight. Can he slot this one over from the sideline? Starts it out to the left. It stays out to the left. It's another miss for a frustrated Harry Grant. 24 points to 14 it remains. 14 left on the clock. Sensational play there from Harry Grant. Oh, wow. That's a try and a half. Tizzo, thank you very much for the roses on TikTok. Look at him piling up. 30, 39, 40. Is he going to crack the half century? He does. Tizzo's going for the 100, I think. Cheers, mate. Oh, he's racked up the century. 119 roses. Cheers, Tizzo. Cowboys now with the restart. Lands it in the end goal for Hughes. And Hughes has got Trent Liero driven back in a three-man tackle. Aggressive defense. 5 meters out from their own line. Melbourne. With Warbrick. 4 tries tonight. And definitely been the difference maker out there on the edge. Munster drops it off inside. Melbourne just outside their own red zone here on play 4. It's been tough going. Faulongo surrenders in the tackle to Taumalolo. 5th and last, 27 meters gained off this set. Big defensive effort from the Cowboys. Hughes from inside his own 30 sends it deep. Taken on the full by Drinkwater. And Drinkwater will now stay down the short side there, close to the touchline, and bring it back to the 30 meters, just short of the 40-meter line. Purdue can't find a gap in midfield. Clifford screaming out instructions. They're not done here, the Cowboys. They're certainly not done. Burns tries to find some space around Taumalolo. Yes, Taumalolo was standing in the Melbourne Storm defensive line. Hess takes it inside Melbourne's territory here. 2 tackles left. Space around dummy half. And a beautiful ball creates space for Clifford. Clifford gets it on for Dearden. And they're 10 meters out here. 5th and last. Front foot ball. Left they go. Drinkwater off the hip to Sam McIntyre. And McIntyre bursts through. And they have hit back the Cowboys. I told you they're not done. They are well and truly not done. Front foot ball. Clifford involved in the line break again. It was Sonny Luke from dummy half who spotted the gap, put Clifford in a hole. And then with front foot ball, a retreating defensive line, they had 1, 2, 3, 4 on 1 out to the left. McIntyre straightens, takes the weak shoulder of Warbrick. And again, Suafalongo, a really poor effort at the back. Try time Cowboys. They are not done. 24-18, kick to come. Good finish incoming, I think. Jake Clifford, don't tell me he missed the conversion. He must have done. Oh, the game's tomorrow over in Perth. Okay, that explains a lot. That explains a lot. Yeah, Clifford must have missed that shot at goal. Wow, that's a big miss. Big miss with 10 minutes left to play. It's not been a good night for the goal kickers. Reggie, stuck in mud, says Upper Cows. Balongo gets us back underway and taken by Dearden over in that far right corner, and Cohen Hess running with him, brings it back to the 20. Quick play the ball. Some space for Braden Burns, just short of the 40-meter line. Taumalolo rumbles it up the middle. Winding back the clock, huh? Jason Taumalolo tonight. Halfway through the set, Clifford shows it in two hands. Gives a nice ball to Purdue, who steps back in field. Set restart here for the Cowboys. Oh, they're finishing strong. Building nicely here. 30 meters out from the line. Sonny Luke takes the tackle. They stay on the right edge, taking it to the 20. They are finishing strong here, the Cowboys. Dearden inside for Taumalolo. A settler in midfield. 9 minutes to play. 6 points the difference. Is anyone feeling golden point? Dearden to Drinkwater, looping out the back. Gives it to Purdue. Purdue goes to ground. 2 out from the line. 2 tackles left. Drinkwater sends it back into midfield. Cletus Cotter ducks under a tackle. 5 meters out, 5th and last. Numbers to the right. That's where they go. Drinkwater to Dearden. Space to Burn. Goes the short ball to Hilam Lukey. And Lukey scores. They had numbers to Burn out on that edge. And Lukey crashes through the short ball from Drinkwater. 24-22, the kick to come. And goal kicking for both sides has been abysmal tonight. But this is a huge kick. Cowboys finishing strong, though. Melbourne, they've been disappointing again this week. Nice short ball there from Dearden. Hits the chest of Hilam Lukey. Hit in the line at pace. Just enough hesitation from Tuimalatu Brown in the defensive line. Youngie, ahoy, mates. Who's playing better out of Dearden and Munster? Tonight, Dearden, hands down. Munster's been very quiet. Very quiet night for Munster. Very quiet night for Hughes. Been a shambles of a performance, really. Melbourne. From the sideline, Scott Drinkwater, favoured side for a left-footed kicker. 10 metres in from touch, he moves in. He starts it out to the left. It bends, Jonathan Thurston style. Right down the middle, and we are all locked up. 7 minutes left. Is anyone feeling golden point? Strap yourselves in. What a final 7 minutes this is going to be. We're all locked up. First and field goal. I tell you what, if JT is there, which I don't think he is because he works for Channel 9, and Channel 9's not covering this game, but he'd be itching to get out there. He would be chomping at the bit to get out there. Cowboys start this set now. 20 out from their own line. All the momentum is their way. Burns looks for a quick play the ball. Can't get it. Taumalolo. Another strong carry. Out to the 40. Short side. Clifford takes it to the line and into Melbourne's half. 2 tackles left. Taumalolo at first receiver. Dearden goes out the back for Drinkwater. Space out to the right side again, but sliding across is Moses Leo, and that shuts it down. 5th and last. 54 metres gained. Dearden, high kick from the 40. Not a lot of distance on it. It's batted back by the Cowboys. Still 5th and last. Dearden with the second kick. In behind Faulongo and Warbrick. Warbrick scoops it up on his own goal line and dives into the field of play. 6 minutes left. What a second kick that was from Dearden. Melbourne pinned down inside their own red zone. Game of Mel. Can't handle it. Heel Fryer says, what a game. Joe on the TikTok says, come on, Cows. We have got a blockbuster finish. Tough going this set for the Storm. Tackle 4, and they're still on their own 10-metre line. Utikimanu spins out of contact. Late offload. Keeps the ball alive. 5th and last, 20 metres out. Big kick needed here. It goes to Faulongo, or Hughes rather, who kicks from inside his own 20. Taken on the full at the back by the Cowboys. And Taulungi gets away from one. Ducks under a second. And the Cowboys are 40 metres out. They'll have a chance at the end of this set for the drop goal if they want it. Purdue takes another 10 metres. Taumalolo sets it up in midfield. 5 minutes left to play. Setting themselves up for the drop goal, you would have to assume. Dearden out the back for Drinkwater. Numbers to the right. That's where they go. One-on-one tackle is missed. And Braden Burns will score. Braden Burns one-on-one with Tuimalatu Brown. And he puts an easy left-hand fend on. The line opens up. And the Cowboys take the lead. A simple one-on-one tackle missed the youngster Tuimalatu Brown out on that left edge. Harry Grant is blowing up about something with the referee. The Cowboys are on the verge of one of the almighty upsets. A simple one-on-one tackle. Braden Burns gets the big left arm out. The inexperience of Tuimalatu Brown giving him way too much space on the outside. Try confirmed. We have got 4.5 minutes to play, and the Cowboys are up by 4. Clayton, 24-21, says, WTF is actually going on. CTM says, what? Cowboys were losing last time I scrolled past. What an atrocious round it's been for tipping. Drinkwater from the sideline to give them the luxury of a 6-point lead. Hooks it around way too far, and it's waved away. 28 points to 24. 3 minutes 46 left to go. The Cowboys have finished strong and probably saved Todd Payton's job for at least another few rounds. Oh, he's happy, Ming. He's up and about. What a solid last 3 minutes we've got coming up here. Melbourne, they have to go short with the restart, you would think. Well, they don't really. They don't really nail it. Batted back by the Cowboys. And we've got a knock on against North Queensland. But I tell you what, Tom Dearden has been cleaned up off the ball. And this might turn into a penalty. The Cowboys, the captain's challenging here. Tom Dearden was absolutely wiped out off the ball. And this one could get overturned. Ball batted back by the Cowboys. It's play on at this point. Dearden's there. And Lukey is there. Helam Lukey and Dearden get in each other's way. Dearden leaps up into the air as he spills this ball forward. And then there is head-on-head contact as Melbourne race through with Alec McDonald to put pressure on. Three and a half minutes to play. Which way is the bunker going to swing on this one? Dearden takes the ball off Helam Lukey. The on-field decision was knock on, so there has to be conclusive evidence to overturn it. But when he does bobble the ball, it feels like it's going to be inconclusive. They'll support the on-field decision. Knock on against the Cowboys. Melbourne will get the ball. 3.5 minutes to go. On the attack, 30 metres out. Challenge inconclusive. On-field decision was knock on against the Cowboys. Melbourne will get possession. 3.5 minutes to go. Unlucky there for the Cowboys. Oh, boy. What a tense finish. 28-24. 3.5 minutes left. 20 metres out from the line. Melbourne decide to take the scrum over on the left edge. Here they come now. Munster in midfield. Just takes tackle one. 20 metres out, right in front of the posts. Hughes wants it on the left. Drops it off inside for Chan. That's our boy. Chan. 15 metres out. 6 again for the Storm. Hughes goes left for Munster. And he's caught with the ball here 10 metres out. About 10 to the left of the posts. Grant goes on a scurry. Gives it inside for King. Another set restart here inside the 10 metres. Grant fires it out to Munster in midfield. Hughes with Falongo sweeping around the back again. Slips. And that's an easy tackle. 2.5 minutes to play. Hughes in midfield. To Liero. 10 metres out. Just to the right of the post. 2.5 left. 3 tackles gone. Hughes from Munster. Fires the cutout pass to Tuimalatu Brown, who stops, steps back in field, and he's had the ball ripped out in a 3-man tackle. The Storm have no challenges remaining, and it's been called a knock on. Oh, they do have a challenge remaining, and they've called it. My apologies. I thought that they wasted their challenge earlier. Melbourne challenging the call of knock on with 2 minutes left to play. Tuimalatu Brown. There's 4 Cowboys in the tackle here. It's been called a knock on. And it looks to have been stripped out there by Zach Labert. On-field decision was a knock-on. On-field call, knock-on. There's no stripping motion. They've lost the challenge. Cowboys have 2 minutes here to hold on. 2 minutes to go. Cowboys will have the ball 10 meters out in midfield. Melbourne might get a couple of tackles from long range. Oh, what a weekend it's been for tipping. Here we go, the final 2 minutes. Cowboys just have to complete this set. 20 out from their own line. McIntyre goes to ground. Taumalolo charges onto it at pace. He's wound back the clock tonight. Jason Taumalolo. 3 tackles gone. Sonny Luke gives it to Cohen Hess, who carries up to halfway. A minute and a half to go. Drinkwater gets a late offload for Clifford. Clifford bends the line again. 5th and last. Sonny Luke from dummy half. Snipes. Cut out pass is intercepted. Sonny Luke, what have you done? They just needed to get to the end of set and get a kick away. Maybe even set up a drop goal. But he's thrown an intercept ball. Falongo now returns it to halfway. The Storm will get a full set of 6, but they have to go long range. Sonny Luke with a brain explosion there. They just needed to run the clock down. Munster goes out the back for... I couldn't see who it was. He's put on his back anyway over there on the left edge. Munster now to Hughes. Puts the grubber kick in early. Trying to catch them napping. Murray Taulagi scampers back and collects it for the Cowboys. And that will surely be the game. Jerome Hughes deciding to kick. And with 30 seconds left to play, the Cowboys look like they're going to get the job done, even though they didn't help themselves at any point throughout the course of this contest. Dearden stays down on the 20. We've got more time off here, or Drinkwater rather. "23 seconds to go. They've got to try and rip the ball away here. Otikamanu tries, but Braden Burns surrenders. Goes to ground with 17 seconds to go. Taumalolo, the final play of the game, incoming. 28-24. Taumalolo plays it. Sonny Luke goes left for McIntyre. McIntyre surrenders in the tackle, and the Cowboys have pulled off an almighty victory here at home. 28-24. Handshakes all around in the coach's box. North Queensland, with one of their more famous victories, backs against the wall, coach on the outer, and that is a statement performance from the Cowboys. Melbourne with another second half burnout. And there will be some serious soul searching to do for the Melbourne Storm, because another second half fade out. They did it in the grand final. They did it last weekend. They've done it again this week. What is the answer for Craig Bellamy and the Melbourne Storm? But all joy for the Cowboys tonight. A victory at home. Townsville celebrates. Full time. 28 points to 24. Will Warbrick with 4 tries. has his night ruined. My multi falls 1 Joe Chan short. Oh, boy. What a weekend for tipping. It makes you wonder what's going to happen tomorrow. We've got a true 50-50 game between the Sharks and the Raiders. And we've got the Spoon Bowl between the Titans and the Dragons. That could go either way as well. It has certainly been a round that has shaken up the Wasted World of Sports tipping contest. Some of the people lower down will be very, very happy. Shantonia Brown. Ahoy there, welcome along. What a fantastic name. Hart Ticker says Storm missing Meaney for the conversion kicks. Yes, of course, Nick Meaney out tonight. They lost poor Jack Howarth. Young Keanu. Jack Howarth just can't seem to stay fit, can he? Jack Howarth went off with a rib injury, so they had to do a reshuffle with Tyron Wishart. But yeah, conversions were atrocious for both teams tonight. The Storm's left edge is so trash, I want to cry, says a Spencer. Well, a very makeshift left edge with Tui Malatu Brown there. Very unexperienced youngster coming through the ranks. Does not get any easier for the Storm next week. No, because they have the Penrith Panthers. The Panthers, who are just in otherworldly form at the moment. So for those who might have missed it, there is some coaching news. So Kieran Foran has been named interim coach for Manly. But as I said, expect to see an announcement coming up very, very soon that Mick Innes will be the future head coach starting next season. But Kieran Foran will be filling in interim coach for the rest of the year for Manly. Mick Innes has been having meetings, and it looks like they're trying to work out a deal. And also, of course, for those who might have missed it, Willie Peters has been named the first, what's that word, inaugural? Inaugural, is that the word? Willie Peters, the inaugural coach of the PNG Chiefs when they come into the competition. So that is a great pickup for them. I've got to be honest, I actually thought that Adrian Lamb was going to be a chance. Maybe he'll be brought into the coaching staff, who knows, or what I would love to see from the PNG Chiefs, I would love to see Adrian Lamb involved in some sort of capacity. God, the bloke that used to play on the wing for Melbourne Storm, whose name escapes me. Whose name shouldn't escape me because he was such a big part of everything. Justin Olam, former Melbourne winger, moved to the Tigers. Yeah, I reckon Willie Peters, coach, bring in Adrian Lamb and Justin Olam as spokesman. And that'd be a nice little team there for the PNG Chiefs. All right. Oh, God. What a finish to that game. 28-24. Cowboys pull off an almighty upset. Marcus Bai, a great one as well, Stoney. Absolutely. Marcus Bai, of course, I tell you what, his son playing for the Titans looks like an absolute beast. All right, Waste of World of Sports. Thank you so much for your company here tonight. We do this each and every round. Waste of World of Sports live on YouTube, live on TikTok, live on Twitch. We do this every round. Do it for some Super Rugby when it comes finals time as well, and we do international rugby. Sometimes we sneak some Formula One in if the times match up. Sometimes some wrestling and some UFC just for a little bit of a laugh, just to mix it up a wee bit. So feel free to follow along on TikTok. Give us a follow on Twitch and a subscribe on YouTube. It'll be very much appreciated. We will be back tomorrow for the doubleheader, Sharks versus the Raiders and the Titans versus the Dragons in the potential Spoon Bowl there. The loser of that one. So thank you so much once again. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll have a very special guest tomorrow as well. As far as I'm aware, that's all still going ahead. So, yeah, look forward to that one. Catch you guys tomorrow. Until then, cheers. What a night. What a round it's been. Great game of footy. Unexpected, I must say. Catch you guys tomorrow.
Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and tank pants last from the kickoff to the final whistle blow. We'll take the two and we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we bring out our best. No serious analysis, no expert critiques, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. We'll raise a road, from sideline jokes to post-match tales, all big goofs and their big fails. We're not so serious, and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our steins. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Oh, wasted world of sports, here's to our cheer. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer.